at sprinklering in the ADUs, given the added expense that it's bringing to the construction. So that's what we're here to talk about. There's an item later on the agenda for discussion direction to staff. So would you like to kick us off? Feels like
Sure.
you're ready to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of trustees, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. So I first let me applaud you for adopting the sprinkler part of the 21 International Fire Code. That was a giant step. And understanding that our goal in this, everything that had to do with that adoption of that code is dealing with life safety. So let's talk a little bit about the ADUs in town. Most of the ADUs in town are within 50 feet of the primary residence. Would you agree or not agree to this? Majority of them. And if either one of those catch fire, that poses a threat to the other one from radiant heat. And 50 feet is the footage that we use, rule of thumb, with regard to that radiant heat being able to reach out and catch that other structure on fire. So instead of having one fire, we end up having two fires. So the addition of an ADU and being able to sprinkler it has really limited that, especially well from the perspective of if the fire occurs in the ADU. And I think that's a real key point. The ADUs are associated with another occupancy of some type. So a garage typically, or they're self-standing, by themselves, right? And so if it's with another structure, like some of the ADUs that we have in town, they're built on top of a garage. So now we have three structures to deal with. Garages being a little bit more dangerous than the individual residence. So that adds some other issues to our abilities to do a good job of extinguishing those fires. With the adoption of the 2021 code and the requirements for sprinkler systems in 1 and 2 residential structures, we lessen the risk, especially when the ADU is on the property and where is the property where the fire occurs. As I said, our concern with life safety in the event of a fire in a residential structure is why we requested this particular requirement not be stricken from the code during the board's adoption and the town's ratification of that fire code. So a couple of things to keep in mind. Fire doubles in size every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So given that fact, fire occurs in a room, within about 3 to 4 minutes, that entire room is on fire, which is called a flashover. And that's when things become totally untenable. In an ADU, it's even more prevalent because ADUs don't typically have a lot of rooms. What do they have? A living room, a bathroom, and maybe a bedroom, right? And so that in and by itself, the fire occurring in that open area is going to be pretty overwhelming very quickly. And one of the issues with the sprinkler system is what? Is to provide a safe way to get out of the house before that room becomes untenable. Okay, that's the goal of the sprinkler system. Not necessarily to extinguish the fire, but more importantly, to provide that extra time for the occupants to get out of the structure itself. So let's talk a little bit about who we are and what we do in terms of Lions Fire. Our ability to arrive on the scene in town will most likely be within 3 to 6 minutes, which is a doggone good response time. Even some of our neighbors that are only full-time fire departments can't do that. Our current staffing model is 4 people. 3 of those people are firefighters and 1 is a paramedic. That paramedic is not a firefighter. So once we get on scene, we conceivably only have 3 people. Our minimum staffing as passed by the board, is actually only 2 people. So if we have people out sick, we can bring in people to cover. We could conceivably have only 2 people show up on that fire scene. Our next closest engine, and that could only bring additional 2 people, is 10 to 12 minutes away. So we've got a lot of work in terms of trying to extinguish a fire and make rescues in that first, what, 5 to 6 to 7 minutes. And that's the reason why we feel so strongly about having sprinkler systems in all of our residentials. Of course, we have a lot of residents in town that aren't sprinklered. In fact, we have more residents out of town that are sprinklered than the ones we have in town. But I think the step in the right direction for the town and the trustees was to say, okay, enough is enough. Let's put sprinkler systems in 1 and 2 family dwelling units. And both the chief and I and the district board applaud the trustees for taking that step. So that's pretty much my spiel in a nutshell. Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much for reviewing that with us. I remember last time you spoke to us was in May of 2023, and you said that before these days, it took 25 to 30 minutes for a room to be consumed, whereas today it takes 3 to 5 minutes for a room to be consumed because of the flammable materials that are used in furniture and such. So, my question is, here was talking specifically about ADUs, I believe. And I was wondering if the house is on fire, do you think a sprinkler system within the ADU will save it? With that radiant heat?
You mean the fires in the primary residence? And it's not sprinkler, but the
Right.
ADU is.
Right.
The only thing that, well, I shouldn't say the only thing, the one thing that it will do, should it catch on fire, is going to afford those occupants some time to get out.
Questions?
Yes.
Was reading through some of the other municipalities, noticed that there were exceptions for ADUs in basements in one of them.
ADU exceptions for what?
ADUs in basements, not needing to have them having.
That's in, well, that's in the primary structure, and one of the comments that I made in the past will continue to make. And is the fact that if you have a residence that makes an addition to the residence, and we know that there's some out there that people have applied, they want to put on a 400, 500, 600 square foot addition. Or taking your example is taking a basement and turning it into an ADU. It's very difficult and very costly, a lot more costly when you're talking about retrofitting. And so for that addition, that extra 500 square feet on a 1,500 or 2,000 square foot home, the majority of the odds are that the fire is going to occur in the larger portion of the building than it is. And it doesn't make sense to us to just require that addition to be sprinkled. On an ADU, the same can be said. If you're going to add a sprinkler system to it, that's going to be a lot more costly than if you had originally put a sprinkler system in the home at the time it was built. So we have not at this point in time, and there's any plans in the immediate future to say, if you put an ADU in your basement, we're going to require you to sprinkle.
Say that again.
If you put, and if you're making your basement into an additional living space that you're going to rent out to people, we don't have any plans to require that individual to sprinkler the basement. Okay. There's other things that we feel are critical for those homes that do something like that, and that's the early warning systems. Smoke detectors and, CO detectors. And having at least 2 ways out of the house. Having, your windows in the bedrooms that, meet the requirements for escape windows. All those kinds of things that we're gonna be looking at. Before we get to the point of coming back to you and say, I think we need to have those types of ADUs, sprinkled.
And if I remember correctly from my PCDC days, you require a firewall in the ceiling of the basement ADU. or not?
No, we do not require
the town-
separation.
The
The building code does.
building. code,
Yeah, that will be a building code issue,
Uh-huh.
not an issue. And then it would be a 1 hour separation, if I'm not mistaken. But that's not our requirement.
But it is a town code. Okay.
And if I remember correctly, last time, about a year ago, you said that, rentals required smoke alarms and fire extinguishers, right? All rentals,
Rental units, yes.
Rental.
Yep,
because most ADUs are rental units.
yeah, and so they're in addition to the sprinkler system, they have to have. The smoke alarm requirement comes out of the building code, as does the CO alarm. And the fire extinguisher thing comes out of the fire code. And so we would look at that, we would request that, but yes. The other thing to remember about sprinkler systems is, when you're building a new facility, it is a lot, less expensive and more cost effective to put in the systems at that point in time. But there are other types of extinguishing systems besides the 13D or the water system. And we have at least one that I remember now up in our Station 2's district that they put in a different kind of a system that has been approved by us, and I know Boulder does the same. City of Boulder has approved it as well. And so there are other options besides the water system. And I think it behooves the people that are putting in those ADUs is to look at those other options as alternatives to the sprinkler portions.
Can you talk a little bit more about what those options are and how much they cost relative to sprinkler?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was in an ADU above a garage. And they had 2 or 3 rooms in the ADU. And I don't quote me on this, I don't remember, but it's something that I think people should look at as options to the water system.
Well, but what is it? Is it like a foam system?
Oh, no,
or-
no, it's what's it?
Like they have in a restaurant, like in the kitchen, is it Halo?
Halon, could be.
Yeah.
I just don't remember exactly what the agent is, but it's a gas type agent,
Huh.
so
It's a gas that
Yeah,
expresses.
like Halon.
Yeah.
I've never heard
Right,
of it before.
gas station.
Wow. Huh. And
It's
so,
a gaseous product, okay,
none of it sounds pleasant. Are there, and I don't know if you or staff know this, but are there homeowners insurance savings for sprinkler units?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Can anybody quantify what those are? I know it's kind of a.
It depends on,
top of it.
it depends on the individual insurance companies,
Mhm.
but yes, there are.
Cause I'm thinking, one of the things we're hearing is, gosh, it just costs so much more money to sprinkler. And so I'm wondering with the insurance savings, what the payback time would be for that.
I wish I could answer that, but I can't.
Maybe that's something we can look at.
Well, I think as Chief said earlier, so much cheaper to do it during construction, so
Oh, yeah.
how much construction do we have, going on, so. And actually, and that really triggers questions, might be more for staff, but what does trigger sprinklers? Or Obviously, new construction, but is it major remodel or
No,
what's the difference?
a new dwelling,
New? Okay.
an additional dwelling, or if you were to redo, tear down and redo your dwelling unit, so it's an additional dwelling unit going in. That's why an ADU in a basement, something inside the house doesn't trigger the requirement for the sprinkler system, because that's a modification to an existing dwelling.
So just to clarify then, we're talking about a separate structure on somebody's property. There'd be a new, so if they were to convert like a storage shed, for example. Would that still be,
Well, if it's made from a storage shed to a dwelling unit, yes,
Right.
that's a change.
Not a dwelling.
Dwelling unit.
So when we added the firewall requirement for mother-daughter, why did we not at the same time require sprinkler? Was it just because we weren't dealing at that point with the same code?
You weren't-
Right, part of the international building code is where the firewall, the town doesn't have a separate regulation for that. It's just what is found in the international building code. Even that's gotten slightly tricky because a short-term rental may not be officially applying for an additional dwelling unit. So just in looking for people who are doing short-term rentals, you're not applying to have somebody come live at your house. You're really just modifying your own house for whatever reason, and then you can decide to rent the whole house or part of the house. When you do an ADU, you're specifically classifying a portion of the house as an accessory dwelling. So you're making it a separate unit, and that's where the building code talks about the separation firewalls. So in the floor or ceiling of a basement is where that gets required. At the time, before we adopted the current 2021 code, previous board during the 2015 international code adoption specifically excluded sprinkler systems from any single dwelling completely. It's so at that time, there was no sprinklers required. But the building code still required the firewall separation for an additional dwelling unit.
And a separate egress from there as well. There were two things that were required, or, yeah.
And why? Do you all recall why sprinklers were excluded the last time?
Because the board that was seated then had just reviewed it not long before then and had chosen not to do it for the remaining homes.
But there was big discussion, it was just before Summit was coming along.
Yeah.
And they did not want to add the cost to all the single family dwelling.
So is Summit and or 317 Evans sprinkler?
So the multi-families of the, we should call Lion Valley Townhomes are sprinkled, the single families are not. The new units going in at 317 Evans are not. They're, the modular and the construction of them has the firewall separation. And so when the modulars get looked at by the state, not so much the town's building code. And so they were approved, they worked with.
Well, they actually had their plans in before we approved the 21 code.
You're
So
right,
they
I
were-
remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got in under it.
They got in under the wire.
I was just gonna say, I watched the May 23 Board of Trustees meeting and all the discussion and.
Yeah.
Chief, you were very convincing, and so I was like, okay, I'm sold. And because I was concerned about the cost, but I think, and I think, Tanya, you brought it up, just the have and have nots. I mean, if you're doing affordable housing and you're requiring it on new $1 million homes, it's not equitable, so I think it makes a lot of sense.
And it's a good point. You know, they have $1 million homes have it, and then the affordable homes, which have the potential to be more fire prone than not. It's sad that they don't have it, and that's an issue for us here. But once again, our bottom line is, what can we do to protect the lives of the people that are living in these units?
So I have a question about, the supposedly forthcoming state WUI code. You know, we've been talking, you know, with this with
Yes.
boards over the years about, should we do a women code now? Should we wait for the state? The
Right.
state hasn't really done much that I've seen. And so I'm wondering if you would anticipate that the state WUI code would address sprinklering at all or not?
I don't believe so.
Uh-huh,
Our initial look at that is gonna be. It's gonna be more restrictive than that. They're gonna require, fire resistant, siding and roofs. And, lots of, vegetation requirements, et cetera. So I think we met, with trustee Lowell, a couple weeks ago, and we would like to sit down and talk further about what's coming in the hopes that we might develop something locally so that the town is not impacted by what the state does.
uh-huh.
If there's something local on the books, I'm under the understanding that the state would not come in and overrule that, and that's yet to be determined, but that's why we got together with trustee Lowell and looked at, and who else? There was somebody, yeah,
Mark?
oh, yeah. To talk about what the town might look at doing when it comes to addressing the mitigation and the wildfire protection issues. And whether or not the WUI code is the right way to go, or do we take bits and pieces of the WUI code and make it so that it's gonna work for the town and its residents? Because in it by itself, the WUI code is pretty restrictive.
So is that apply to a statutory town or just to a home rule?
No, well, it applies to residential, yes, but the town would adopt it, or the fire district and
But in a statutory town, the state law often takes precedence over what happens.
It may or may not.
I think Attorney Jittman might have an answer to that.
Yeah,
there you go.
this is probably my area of expertise. So I'm going to step in here. So the answers are really depends, right? How the legislation actually plays out. There's a couple different ways it can go. It can set a floor, which is typically the way state legislation works for statutory municipalities, where it sets the floor and says, here's what you all have to do, but you can be more restrictive if you want to. That's one option, or the state could try to preempt the entire field by saying this is a matter of statewide concern and we have no say in it. So I mean, those are really the two most likely options. I'd say usually things are set so that it sets a floor. We can always go above that, but that we don't really know that until the legislation is finalized.
And do we have any sense of timing about, is somebody gonna bring it next session or what's happening?
I'm still hearing sometime towards the end of the year, if not the beginning of 25,
Okay, so it'll be the next legislative session,
right? For them
maybe.
to take what the recommendations are from that committee that was formed and then put it into effect. That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Maybe we should be doing a workshop on this, trustee Lowell, and you and trustee Brown, let us know what you learned, what you've been talking about whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we have we're gonna be talking sometime after the 19th, I think. Is that-
Yes, yeah. As soon as I get back from my adventures in June, which is, so anytime after the 22nd, I think we talked about
Yes, that's right, yeah.
getting together and trying to see what might be best for the town of Lyons.
Yeah, well, that would be great. And I think having some sort of timeline about, the state's WUI code and
Right.
where that, and Attorney Jittman, if you have any legislative insight into where they are in the process, if you hear anything, just let us know.
Oh, of course, yeah. I don't have any knowledge as to the status right now, but we'll be sure to let you know when we do find out something out.
Yeah, once our legislators get some sleep. Okay, well, have a good vacation.
Thanks.
Be
And
safe.
I'd be more than happy to stick around if you're gonna have any questions, or it's up to you.
We'll have a discussion at the end of the meeting, and so I doubt that you want to stick around until the end of the meeting. I think you want to go start your vacation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just doing a really quick research, it appears that having a sprinkler system installed reduces your homeowner's insurance. It looks like the average is more like 10%, but can be up to 25%.
Well, you know, and considering that
So-
folks now are having their homeowners canceled entirely, you know.
So that's kind of what it's showing in Colorado,
Okay,
is 10 to 25% reduction in your homeowner's insurance if you install this.
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
And thanks again. I appreciate it, as
Yeah.
always.
Happy vacations.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go in and move on. We got two. 2 minutes ahead of schedule, which is exciting.
Neil, do you want to join up here?
Using time now.
I know, he's.
Evening, Neil and Bernie. Thanks for joining us.
You want me to turn it on?
No, no.
No,
It's gonna get worse later. Let's enjoy this while we can.
no, I.
You want to sit over there?
You guys have a couple more people coming? So
We're supposed to.
okay, we'll give it a couple minutes then.
You're a minute early.
Oh, Mr. Browning joined us. What time is it?
Oh, evening, trustee, morning, trustee Browning.
Morning.
What
Morning.
time is it?
What time is it over there?
2 o'clock.
2.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, trustee Browning, if at any point you feel like you're okay with leaving the meeting to go back to bed, just feel free. Don't feel like you have to stay for the entire meeting.
That depends on my computer because we're in Ljubljana, Slovenia, but our bags, including computer charging cords, remain in Zurich, Switzerland. So, but they're supposed to be here.
no.
But they're supposed to be here in the morning. So.
Well, that's in a couple, maybe you can last until it gets delivered then.
Turn off the video.
Yeah, you can also turn up your video. That might save some battery.
That's true.
Okay.
We know what you-
May do that.
I'll wait for Johnny.
Yeah,
Oh, my.
Oh, that's the.
oh,
This one.
yeah, that's not quite right.
I got 3 of them on my desktop. So.
Hello. Welcome.
Just did one of these.
We're not doing this one.
It's weird.
Planning work review on his.
That is so,
Hold on, let me just rejoin.
Sunspots.
yeah, sometimes that happens if you share an application versus your desktop, you know, you get a little bit confusing. Well, you brought movie theater snacks.
Sweet.
Here you go.
Those are the best ones that Rose and Junior Mints. Yeah,
Well, we can go ahead and get started if you want.
well, are we not waiting for one other person?
Ted said he was gonna be a few minutes late. I don't know what that means, so.
Commissioner Elson texted that they had a fire alarm go off at his work. They were waiting for the all
goodness.
clear. He was hoping to be here by 6. So
Okay.
he should be here in a minute.
All right, let's go ahead and get started then. So this workshop is regarding, it's the first of 2 required joint PCDC BOT workshops every year.
Yep.
So we're gonna review the current work plan, and I know that the board has not yet still had the opportunity to discuss our priorities for our term. So we're trying as hard as we can to get that scheduled. It's very difficult with summer travel. But in the interim, I think it's important to move forward with this so that PCDC knows what they will be working on. And if our priorities shift that, we will let the PCDC know that. But I will start by thanking the PCDC for your hard work and diligence.
Do we need introductions?
Do we need introductions? Oh, okay.
I don't know, do we need we have, I mean, Eva's fairly new. I don't know if everyone knows her.
I'm sorry, I just.
See, they don't know.
I just assume everybody knows everybody. Would you like to?
So
start?
Neil, why don't we start the chair and you can do your thing.
Okay,
Okay. I am Neil Evers. I've been on PCDC for 7 years.
what?
No,
No, I was gonna say,
4 years. I don't know. It feels like 7. 3 and 7.
3 and 12.
3 and 12.
I can tell you, oh my God.
I'm Barney Drystad. I've been on either the liaison role with PCDC or on PCDC for 6 years.
I'm Ina. I joined in April. I work in affordable housing development.
Thank you.
I'm Paula Williams. I'm the mayor pro tem.
Holly Rogan, mayor.
Greg Lowell, trustee.
Tanya Dati, trustee, also liaison to the Housing and Human Services Commission.
David Hamrick, trustee. She's my big short.
So, and I, for those of you who don't know, I started my career in municipal government on PCDC as commissioner. And yeah, you and I were
Started
on
the
at the
same
same
day.
time.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's the PCDC to Board of Trustees, train. So, feel free to jump off if you feel like you need. But we hope you don't. Okay, so let's, talk about the current work plan and what you all are thinking for the next year or so, and we'll go from there.
Sure. All right, thank you all for this time. Just want to make sure again that our work plan aligns with you all. So that's, I need to put work time where it doesn't need to be. So kind of broad scope. These are kind of the 6 big issues that I've either proposed or we're actively working on. Several of these are strategies directly out of our comprehensive plan. And then others are strategies to meet our Prop 123 initiatives. So I'll just read through these quickly. So create mixed use zoning and design standards for downtown and eastern corridor. Major reorganization of the town zoning processes within Lions Municipal Code. Creation of workforce housing initiative or incentives and regulations to meet Proposition 123 goals. Deep review and code analysis to address inconsistencies and redundancies within the code. Place regulations and tables and process charts where possible to increase efficiency in code understanding and administration. And address code issues such as ADUs, STRs, and other state requirements like what just happened with the occupancy language. We have to make those changes. One that came up last week was allowing farmers markets by right, commercial downtown districts. And then, things as they come up, like this PUD amendment language. So, when you spend your days in code, I try to keep a spreadsheet. You just see little issues and inconsistencies. But in order to do it well and to not create more problems by fixing, singular problems, you really have to look at the code through a kind of a holistic perspective.
So, question for you, were those in, the PCDC's order of priority?
No, these are,
Okay.
could be simply bullets, so.
Okay, okay.
Can you talk about the number 2? I'm not sure what you're getting at there.
We're gonna go through each one.
Yeah, I'll go through each one.
Oh, okay. I thought, okay, that was quick.
That was it. Nope, that's 50
Okay.
minutes. All right, so we'll go over them a bit more. So this mixed use district creation, the Lions Thrive Comprehensive Plan calls for both that dark red area, our downtown, and the eastern corridor to be rezoned mixed use commercial. And what that does, and the emphasis that's placed within our comp plan, is that we can revitalize town by allowing more flexible uses, and then also use that as an opportunity to build some urban infill housing within those areas. And that's especially prevalent in the Eastern Corridor language.
And we have quite a few people requesting. this.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, already in downtown.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, and a few kind of, I already kind of went over these, but the key characteristics that most of these PUD or mixed use districts, you're kind of, your old zoning codes, you know, they're considered Euclidean. That is a big planner word, but you only care about use, separation of uses and order. How mixed use districts are flowing now, especially around urban areas such as our downtown, you really care about kind of these key characteristics: pedestrian scale, design guidelines, focus on form and aesthetics, encourage a mix of uses, and then even getting is you know, nitpicky as, you know, we really don't want to see real estate agents on the bottom floor at the sidewalk. We want to see a shop or a restaurant or some active use. And then you provide some sort of incentive or something to be able to make that come to an end. And then also incorporates housing. That's kind of your general idea of successful downtowns is that they have people to come to those downtowns that aren't just visitors. And it's like the old saying, you know, if your community likes your downtown, then visitors come as well. But if your community doesn't like your downtown, then you know you have struggling downtown. So again, kind of incorporating all of these in order to first just to write code so we have some control over what happens on the Eastern Corridor. Because right now, it's just CEC, which allows for mixed use, but that's not the primary use. And then also just going through our downtown, seeing how we can, through a code perspective, encourage growth and infill.
Question, in your experience, can you write code to incent service industries downtown, the service versus retail versus service?
Yeah, it's hard, you know, because most.
Or is it more of a carrot versus a?
Yeah, it's more of a carrot, because most of the time somebody's building a spec building, they might not have their tenants lined up. You know, if you really wanted to, you could probably write it through code. You know, I'm sure there's ways to do it.
Well, don't we now require some retail?
So you have to have a commercially zoned business, and that includes retail and service.
Yeah.
And so service includes things that might not have a retail component, such as real estate. And, you know, like doctor's offices, massage, those kinds of things can also be there.
What am I thinking of then? I'm thinking, for example, of the dog groomer.
You have to have a commercial component on the main floor frontage.
Okay, that's it.
But commercial includes both services and retail. And he's asking, can we write code to say retail?
Right,
Yeah.
and I thought we were requiring some retail and service.
So,
I mean, it'd be nice to find a way to incent service.
Sure.
I mean, retail, excuse me. Just from not only from a tax perspective, but
Sure.
just from a vibrancy
Yeah.
of downtown.
yeah, I mean, I've been in countless main streets where you have attorney, realtor, travel agent, attorney, and you don't have
that's
travel
right.
agents anymore. So, yeah, I mean, I'll certainly look. Colorado, and in fact, most of the Mountain West, a lot of small towns are going through this as well. Trying to figure out, forever code has been seen as, you know, this kind of draconian arm, and now it's a way that we can start writing incentive language. So that's the goal and the hope.
Can I make a suggestion? I think it might be interesting to have discussion with the Economic Vitality Commission, because the 2 years I was liaison with that commission, we talked a lot about how to incentivize businesses to Main Street. So I feel like that's a parallel discussion there.
I agree with you. That would be a good joint discussion.
Yeah, and to speak to that a bit, so, you know, I've drafted and gone through this process in several communities, and I think, in order to really achieve success, it really has to be public engagement, and that includes boards and commissions heavy. So, you know, outside of kind of this PUD amendment, that might not need so much public engagement because it's targeted, and that might be up for debate. But as far as kind of rezonings and big, you know, details such as this, you know, I have right now at least two points of public engagement. And I always see it best where that first round of engagement isn't in town hall. It might be a walk audit or something downtown. It might be at the library. But it's something truly engaging to really try to dive down into kind of how can code and government work to encourage your business's success. And we hear it all the time, you know, not town of Lions, but planners, you know, if I could just make this change, but the code, it just won't let me, you know, so trying to really drill down, that's the hope there. This process is about a 3.5 month process, and that just kind of depends on the hearings. But again, it seems like a long time, but we're talking a new zoning district, design standards, and the regs within the code itself. So it's a lot of work, but I think, especially hopefully, you know, as workload levels out a little bit, it doesn't seem to, but this won't be too ambitious.
No, and this looks like to me,
That's the last.
it kind of looks like this falls under the purview of the planner. With input from PCDC and BRT, not necessarily part of the PCDC's workload, but rather being a review component.
Yeah, I mean, we'll certainly, this will be in front of the planning commission several times, and kind of getting that input and meeting with other boards. At least I had anticipated pretty, you know, it will still be in our regular meetings, but.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions about that?
Yeah, that one has been on the to-do list for
For a long
15
time.
years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never can get enough staff.
Just putting your head down and doing it sometimes, I guess. All right, so this was the major, I guess I renamed it in my, it's really not a major reorganization of the town zoning processes. What I would like to propose and what I've ran by the PCDC is right now, each of our processes within the town's code, from annexations all the way to zoning amendments, they have each process baked into those sections. And what most codes have gone to at this point is trying to tabulate and having just one process chart. And so this is an example. It's just a snippet of the town of Ridgeways, which I helped with a few years ago. And it wouldn't exactly look like this, but you know, so I'm an applicant, I come in and I'm like, okay, I want to do a text amendment. So this is a flow chart of exactly both on the administrative side and on the applicant side of my expectations. And where it really gets helpful is all of our internal referral language, all of our posting language, notification. It's all on one table. And then once you tabulate it there, you pull it out of all the other areas in the ordinance that it is. That way you remove that redundancy. And a good reason for this, these are just two examples of where inconsistency occurs, is, you know, under your conditional use and your development review, these are both the same steps, action item 4, but your referrals are different. And it's come up before because referrals are very important. So it's just making sure that we're consistent. And when you have these spread throughout the code, you turn up the capability of there being inconsistent.
So let me ask then what I'm trying to gauge what the involvement with PCDC is in this particularly, because again, this seems like it falls under the planner. And I'd love to hear from PCDC members too about all of these items, since you all are the ones volunteering your time to do the work. So please feel free to pipe up.
Well, to put it simply, this is a staff-generated, staff-driven work plan. This isn't a PCDC generated volunteer work plan. We have priorities, discussed them with Andrew, and I think generally those 6 items are broadly worded enough that our priorities fall within those, and so there's a nice probably compromise or a collaboration between what staff needs to accomplish and what PCDC has brought to staff. If that makes sense. Now, you know, we always assume that when staff brings something, it's come from the Board of Trustees or from Victoria's office via the Board of Trustees, right? So there's a certain amount of trust that if Andrew says this thing's important, we think, okay, it must be important, right? But these, just to be short, these are not necessarily priorities that we created as a commission together in a group.
Okay.
So
Thank you for
they
that.
sound like staff priorities because I think they are staff priorities.
Right.
And that's okay. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think,
Of your processes to get these taken care of.
yes, there's a lot of red tape that once it's taken care of, I think everyone's job gets easier. Yes.
Oh, for sure, that's true. And I appreciate that context. You know, because I'm looking at this and thinking, you know, okay, what does the we want to know what does the PCDC look like? And we want to know what does staff feel is important, and then the board, of course, we're gonna have our priorities too, which hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get those figured out. But I look at things that I consider to be more time sensitive, such as mixed use zoning and design standards for downtown. If we have somebody who wants to redevelop that lot on 4th and Main, we should get on that. I was working on design standards in 2018 when I joined PCDC. We got really far down that road. And
We didn't get it done.
yeah, they just never got adopted, but I mean, if I don't mind saying so myself, they were solid. Yes, Bernie.
We did adopt commercial design standards for the downtown area and eastern. Now, when we did that, when the board of trustees approved it, it was with the understanding that once the comp plan was finished, we would revisit it.
Thank you. Thank you. So, so that would, I think, be worth a revisit, you know, particularly as the timing seems to be critical. And then, you know, the Prop 1, 2, 3 goals, I think those are incredibly time sensitive. And I'm not sure that the full board, the full seated board here really has an understanding of what the Prop 1, 2, 3 commitment is, which would probably be a great workshop for this board so that we understand what's required. And I do want to know, you know, I think the whole board wants to know, what is the PCDC, what do PCDC members want to work on?
So the thing that Andrew presented, sorry, I should have been asked for recognition.
No,
The thing that-
it's a workshop.
The things that the PCDC wants to cover are baked into those 6 things. So for instance, we agree, design guidelines, right? We finished authoring the current set of design guidelines and eventually they were adopted. But those are a stopgap measure. You know, they're not professionally written and composed design guidelines. Even small towns like Ridgeway, which was brought up, has professionally authorized design guidelines. Just like we wouldn't write our own comprehensive plan, we shouldn't write our own design guidelines. The ones we have are not bad, but they are piecemeal taken from other towns and municipalities and adopted in a way that may not make sense if we looked at it more holistically. So there's an investment involved there too. So, you know, I think the PCDC, at least up to this point, when we've talked about it in the past and kind of, you know, our 2023 priorities are very similar to our 2024 ones, is that, you know, it's a bigger effort, but I see it baked into, if you go back to your slide, I'm sorry, I know you're. It's baked into number 1, creation of mixed use zoning design standards for downtown and eastern corridor. So creating those zoning overlay districts also requires the need for design standards. I don't think that can be done in 3 months, but I'm not, it's not my job to think it can be done in 3 months. So the things that you brought up, we brought up too. We have on our list, written more formally or casually, we want a Prop 123. We called it a boot camp, right? So we can understand it better, right?
So maybe we do a joint BOT PCDC Prop 1, 2, 3 boot camp.
He does have a couple slides for this.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I do see the things that we have wanted and we've written out and bullet pointed and had as placeholders. I do see them all in here, but I'm kind of waiting to see how Andrew talks about them to understand if they align perfectly.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, Bernie.
I did go through the charter for each of the commissions, of course, has the charter in the code.
Yeah.
And try to align work efforts with what we're being told to do through the municipal code. And then the thought tonight was that there would be more things to be added to this from the staff work plan and from this discussion. And then we could talk about it at BCDC to, to flesh it out further so that we have this clear line of sight between what the code tells us we should be working on and what we're doing to accomplish those things.
Thank you. That's great. And Neil, feel free to pipe up. It's a workshop, so.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna recognize.
No, I think Andrew's done a really good job with this, and I understand he's kind of hit the ground running, right?
Yeah.
To replace our last winner.
Absolutely.
So there's a certain amount of patience I think is required from the planning commission and understanding of this position to come in, get things done, also come up with plans and finish projects that other people started. And so a lot of the last 6 months have kind of been to support Andrew in the way that we think we can, so that staff can get the priorities done and we can kind of hit a place of equilibrium again.
Great.
That helps.
It does.
Right, so kind of the end of the spectrum is once all of the language is pulled out of each section, then we replace all of that long convoluted language with process charts that revert back to that table. So everything is very seamless, easy to find, and every section is the same. So this is the Prop 123 slide. So there are a lot of strategies that DOLA recognizes as, us moving forward with our Prop 123 goals.
Can
Go ahead.
we just back up for a second, talk about what Prop 123 is and
Sure.
what's required?
Yeah, so it's just state housing agreement. Our commitment is 10 homes. So over the next 3 years, 3 a year, we added a +1.
And Prop 123 is the state housing fund that the voters passed. It was Proposition 123 that the voters passed, and that's where this pool of money comes from.
Yeah, and it's access to funds and planning through DOLA. So in that, outside of developing affordable homes or attainable homes, DOLA also is kindly requesting that we start ticking off some of these strategies and tools in order to make housing development within our community easier.
And in order to access the Prop 123 monies, we are required to put some of these incentives, regulations. We have a menu to choose from.
This is the menu.
This is the menu. We choose how many? Three of these. So we would look to the PCDC, for example, to recommend which 3 of these, or maybe you want to give us 5 and let us choose. Maybe you love 5 of them. And so, no, but I bet Andrew would send this out to us.
Yeah, sure. So, I'll just read through these. What time is it?
6:26.
20 minutes.
Okay, I will not read through all of these. Some of them, though, I think we have discussed as a planning commission, they just seem more like low-hanging fruit. I think, and green means that we've already done or are working on it. I think the Macintosh water, I haven't seen how that might meet this, but it might. But as far as what I am asking direction and what I think will be easiest to work on first at the PCDC level and policy level are expedited development review for affordable housing up to 120 average medium income, expedited development review for acquiring or repurposing underutilized commercial properties. And I think that one fits really well with our mixed use goals. Density bonus program for housing needs, ADUs by right in single family zoning districts, so we've already done that.
Well, we didn't do it, the state did it, so does like that
We
count?
want to,
Well, we did it prior to the state, so we can click that one off.
we do get.
Okay,
So we have the ordinance number prior to that statute.
awesome.
That's my understanding.
Yay.
Inclusionary zoning ordinance, there are several models around the state. They can be very robust or they can be very simple, and that's just kind of a community conversation and planning commission conversation that we'll have to go through. And then there's this kind of hat, a mixed bag of other novel, innovative, creative approaches. So under housing authorities, I think our work towards a peak-to-peak unified housing authority certainly would also, we could make the argument that that might also fall under one of these
Well,
strategies.
and remind us by when do we need to adopt these, because that feasibility study for peak to peak housing authority, like, we have no control really over how
Well, they're saying
long
that
that'll
could take
take,
another year.
so.
I'll have to get that
But
information.
I think even
Yeah.
pursuing it counts, because whether or not they say it's feasible, we're pursuing to see if it is feasible, you know. We had to have one by, we just had that deadline passed and we met it with the ADU.
Okay.
I did one of the follow-up reports to the state on this. I think we were supposed to choose 2 more.
Yeah, it's 3 total,
So
Total, we have to
Choose
choose.
3 from this list.
3 from this
three
list.
total from this list, one
We've
of
already
which
done
we've
one.
already done. You know what, the way that I think would be, and you all let me know what you think. But I think the way to go about this maybe would be, if we have to choose 2 more, I would like to see PCDC's top 4 favorites. And then the board can, discuss those. Maybe that would be a way to do it, so that we don't all have to learn everything about each one of those. I don't, what do you?
Or
what do
even
you all
top 3,
think?
because there's only like 5 options there.
I think we have 2 more years.
We have 2 more years.
Because we had to add the 10 affordable housing units in the next 3 years, and 1 year's already gone. So I think we have about 2 years left
Okay,
to meet 2 more of these, and then we will be eligible for state funding throughout the process of the projects.
so it would behoove us to do it sooner rather than later.
Up there. Ask you a question.
Yeah,
So forgive my ignorance, but what are we talking about for dollars for Prop 1, 2, 3? If we say we're committed to 10 units in 3 years, how is that money used as an incentive? Does it go to the builder?
A variety of ways. Why don't we send out a Prop 1, 2, 3 overview, and then if you still want to have another little workshop, we certainly can fit that in.
yeah.
But we'll send out some basic information and this list.
Can
How's
you
that?
ballpark it? Can you tell, is it 100,000 over 3 years?
Oh, no.
No, it's more than that.
No, this is like, I'm trying to remember if I have too many numbers in my head, but I want to say statewide it's like 56 million. Does that sound about right? I'll look it up while we're talking.
Okay,
Maybe
maybe
Brandon
Brandon
did.
knows.
Brandon, did you?
I can look it up, but I want to say it's more than that, and it's ongoing. And if we don't meet our goals this, round, we can requalify basically for the future. And the individual grants, I don't believe are limited. It's really based on the scope of the project and whether it's accepted or not.
Yeah, it's an ongoing fund, so it's not a one-time deal.
Not a one-time deal. Yep. I'll look up the amount right now though.
I'm looking too.
Do we know what the mechanics of this are?
Staff does.
Yeah, we had to opt in or out by a certain date and the town
No, I
chose
got
to
that,
opt
I
in.
got that. So
Okay.
I have an acre of land and I want to put up 4 affordable housing units.
This is supposed to help. It comes up with tools to use to help fast track that, make it more efficient and more affordable.
What's in it for me? Build 4 units, what are you going to incent me?
Yes, well, it depends which ones you adopt.
$10 million.
Right. $310 million.
Yeah, so the incentive piece that you were discussing, if you are going to, let's say you have a piece of land and it can only, through our current code, it could only have 4 units on it. Where the incentives and the carrot comes in is if you're willing to deed restrict half or whatever that number shakes out to be, then we grant you a density bonus and you can actually build more units. And those units can be market rate and you get more money. So that's generally how it works.
So what do I get from Prop 123? As a builder? I got that.
No, it depends which of these we adopt. That's what incentives they're going to get.
So let's give you an example. So if you look at dedicated funding source to subsidize affordable housing infrastructure costs and fees. So if we were to choose that and we got a chunk of money from Prop 123 to fund that, then you want to build affordable housing, you have to pay for the infrastructure. Hey, guess what? We have this pot of money. You no longer have to pay for the infrastructure. You no longer have to pay for the sewer.
Yeah, so it depends. Or like he said, instead of building one house on your lot, we could allow 2 or 4. And then that increases your income as a homeowner, a property.
So it's kind of like, you know, the benefit and the drawback of Prop 123 is the sheer volume of different ways that the funds can be utilized. So it's great because we can figure out what works best for Lions, and it's challenging because there's a lot to wade through.
There's actually, I'm looking on the website, there's land banking, there's 3 kind of funds. Land banking, it's called equity, which is more, it sounds like buy down on rates and stuff, and then there's a concessionary debt. So whatever that was.
So I think.
So I think there's a whole mix you can apply depending on what the town.
And DOLA, you know, the nice thing about DOLA is DOLA will help us figure out what makes most sense.
But it was an incentive statewide to say, we need more affordable housing statewide. So if you want to opt into this, we will provide funding and resources to help make that happen.
And
if you opt out, you're on, every community's on their own.
And it's sort of like, you know, one of the arguments I think against the statewide legislation was, hey, give us a chance with Prop 123 to make it work. First.
But we didn't realize we're gonna pull this separate, so we can certainly.
Yeah, we should do a Prop 123 workshop.
Sounds good.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Brown, you're on the bottom of the screen. I didn't see you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
A question, when did the Prop 123 clock start running? How far along are we into the 3 years?
I think we're close to a year.
We think close to a year, but we'll find out for sure.
Okay, and also what terminates the clock on the back end? What do you have to do within 3 years? Actually start a project, send one out for bids? What's?
You have to meet your commitment, in our case of 10 housing units that are classified as affordable. And we have to adopt 3 strategies.
Okay, but in terms of the 10 units, they have to all be built within 3 years? They have to be started? What's the trigger? Because there's often a year. I mean, it took a year and a half, for example, for Summit to get built after it was approved.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's why we have been trying to hone in on properties where we can just do 2 units or 3, you know, in different neighborhoods instead of trying to do one big project that's going to take several years.
Okay, and that kind of was my next question. What property has been identified? Is there any property in the works right now that would meet a Prop 123 goal, assuming that ADUs don't count because our ADUs aren't income restricted? What properties do we have in the works right now?
We don't. That has not been identified.
And
Okay.
just to just to clarify, if we do not meet this commitment, we do not lose any money.
Penalized.
We're not penalized
No.
in any way.
We have to
It
be
is
joint
our-
efforts toward it.
Yeah, so if we want to apply again, if we're not able to meet this commitment, we want to apply for Prop 123 money again in the future. It'll probably help to show that, hey, look, we tried, we weren't able to do it, but we tried.
Yeah.
So.
And that commitment was made by the Board of Trustees.
Yeah.
We're the board.
That was a resolution. Oh, yeah, you joined.
And I think, I think almost every municipality in the state has opted in.
Yeah, there are a few that have opted out. Western Slope, very small communities. But that last I saw, I pulled it up and then.
It's here.
It's,
We'll put together a workshop. And in the meantime, we can send some information to start educating.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay?
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Have you already brought Chaff in to talk to you about what they can provide?
No,
I think that would be wise, because in addition to DOH, Chafa has other resources that we would want to use. From what I understand, Prop 123, at least at this time, is a bit competitive. It's not guaranteed. And the pool isn't that large once you start thinking about all the places divvied up throughout Colorado. So we should also tap other resources.
That's a great suggestion. And maybe we have Chaffa come in and do the workshops. Do you think that would be appropriate?
Yeah, I mean, DOH manages the home ownership and homelessness aspect of Prop 123, and then CHAPA manages the rental programs. So they're each handling different sides of Prop 123, plus they each have other things.
I bet they each have a roadshow for situations like this.
yes, I was at some conference and a planner in Longmont, for one of their big projects, was talking about capital stacking using Prop 123, other county funds, chapter funds. So I might reach out to him as well. I think actually one of his partners, is an owner in town as well, so that might be good.
And this might wind up being a two-part workshop at some point after we get through some pretty hefty agendas in the coming weeks.
it appears at first blush, we have till December 31st of 26.
Okay,
So we have about 2.5 years.
okay.
Does everybody know who Chaff is? I'm speaking for them. So I don't know, I just don't know if everybody. is there.
Okay. And then you want to keep going?
Yeah, so just the directive for this was to take back to the PCDC, choose four of priorities and then bring that back to you all. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then this is just a mixed bag, and the involvement with the PCDC on this one will be, there have been issues that have been brought up over time with our code. There's been, all kinds of things, just since I've been here, just little issues that aren't, it's not even that they're not modern, they don't work very well. Case in point, our noise ordinance, and you'll hear about this a bit later in the month, but our noise ordinance right now, unless you're within that overlay, is very lacking. It's complaint driven. It puts a huge onus on both the administrator and the neighbors to constantly report. There's no parameters, there's no decibel limits, there's no time limits. It's just wide open. If I can hear this in my kitchen, or if I can hear this from the park, it's a nuisance.
And it bothers me.
And we need to address
Then
it.
it's a nuisance.
Yeah.
So that piece of code, just right there, it is very lacking. And that's outside of land use. I'm not saying that that's something that we'll be working on, but it's issues like that where there's the intent of an ordinance, just it doesn't get us there. Another prime example, there was an amendment done a few years ago to make these lots that are under 6,000 or under 7,000 in the R1, our historic lots that were platted prior to 1929 or something. Don't quote me on that date. But there was an amendment to our code to make those lots compliant. So they're not legally non-conforming. They're considered compliant. That code amendment was done to allow, there's about 5 or 6 large parcels that are right around 13. So they do not have the capability to be subdivided, but there's these big lots just in the middle of 6,500 lots. The intent was to allow those to be able to subdivide, but the code that was presented and taken through the process, it didn't get us there, and it didn't get the town there. So it's little issues like that, and kind of in speaking with you all that have been, you know, in the community longer than 4 months, which I think is most people. And then taking kind of those exercises through the PCDC, trying to pick a few, just, you know, every month or so, just to try to work through it.
So in the interest of time, because we don't have much time left, I'm really interested in hearing from any PCDC members about, you know, what you would like to work on, what you need from the board, as we discussed. We haven't been able to have our official priorities workshop yet. I'm not gonna give up, we're gonna do it, and hopefully sooner rather than later, but before we do that, in the interim, you know, what do you all want to work on? What are you finding interesting?
Well, again, most of those are captured, but to just be explicit, we know we need to update the comprehensive plan. We've done a sidewalk study, a housing assessment, there's work done in a couple of other areas that are reflected there. We've also put a lot of energy into affordable housing strategies that need to be brushed up or revisited in the comprehensive plan to make sure that they jive with how we feel currently. Could be wording, could be nothing, we don't know. We also need design guidelines for the downtown commercial districts. And I think, you know, looking to the board of trustees for assistance with that, I think the commission agrees, you know, I'll try to speak on behalf. I think we agree that design consultants needed for that. So that would be an investment. And then captured in some of what we already talked about, affordable housing strategies, you know, the need for rentable ADUs, minimum lot size standards, Andrew just mentioned. And then things that might come about with having a housing authority, like being able to administer deed-restricted properties within the town, not having that be a staff burden, that we need a housing authority to be able to do those kind of things, like our neighbors do in Boulder and Longmont. Beyond that, you know, we've talked about trying to look at creating some PUD code for amendments to PUD, which doesn't exist. Andrew brought that up, and also to create a PUD residential affordable. So we actually have something in our code that's acknowledging that we were willing to make a deal with developers for affordable properties, residential affordable properties, and have that written into our PUD language might be a strong incentive, or at least something we can hang our hat on. And it might work with Proposition 123, we just don't understand it well enough. And then I think one thing that's been hanging around for a long time is our last parking study seems out of date and maybe not deep enough. And every time we've done something, parking generally comes up, so it might be nice to have. Before we look at new investment coming downtown, hotel hasn't happened yet. Let's pick the whole event, the lots that we have, parking are always going to be an issue, so having a parking study so we can say we understand that issue ahead of those developments would probably be something that would be nice for the PCDC to know about.
Yeah, and understanding what the current parking requirement legislation, how that impacts or doesn't impact what we might or might not want to do.
Yeah, didn't even know that. But again, most of that's captured in what Andrew said. It's just, it was through the lens of kind of staff directives and so.
Yeah.
But I really do think that the stuff is there. It's just a matter of, you know, us making sure we communicate well with Andrew and that there's cross collaboration. Yeah, he's just kind of getting up and running still, so.
Oh, for sure. So I have a question about the comp plan updates. Have you all talked about any sort of public engagement process with the comp plan updates?
No, we've talked about trying to capture a portion of it. I forget, they're not really chapters, I forget what they're called, but trying to take a portion of it. I think they're structured around goals and look at those as a workshop, you know, for once a month, try to hit a workshop on a portion of the comp plan, just so we're up to date on it. But we haven't talked specifically about public engagement other than just having it at a workshop on our agenda.
Okay, I think, you know, as part of I don't even know if there was an official comp plan update process. If there's not, there probably should be, and I would say that it should include public engagement. Yeah.
And to add, and Barney can jump in here, part of the comp plan was to review it at least once a year. Both from the PCDC as well as the Board of Trustees, and there's a whole, the chapter 4 is a whole action item of things to do, so. I'm not aware that's been done since the council was adopted.
No, it was just adopted in January.
January, it hasn't even been 6 months,
Well, there's implementation strategies,
6 months.
20, yeah,
January 2023.
yeah. Anyway, whether it's been.
Where's the flag?
It had to be a year.
In the meantime, I see trustee Browning has his hand up, so
It
let's
was
see
just
if
there.
trustee Browning, go ahead, please.
It was just there earlier today.
Before we ran out of time, I wanted to just get a quick word in for some dissenting views on some of these things, if that's allowed. Number one, in general, there's no land in lines to do many of the things that you're talking about. Land banking, density bonuses. So a lot of these things make sense in other cities and towns, but they don't in Lyons. Some other dissenting views. All you need to do with mixed use is just add a general definition of mixed use and allow that as an allowed use in the downtown and eastern corridor zones. We already have design standards. We already paid out a lot of money to an outside consultant to help do those. We don't need to reinvent that wheel and pay another outside consultant a lot more money to redo those. And a lot of time and effort, years in fact, were spent doing those. Why are we reinventing that wheel? Another dissenting view is that you don't need a major redraft of the zoning portions of the code. Lyons is close to 100% built out, and it is 100% zoned. So there's really nothing to do here in terms of rewriting the zoning code. Everything's already zoned. And this was only briefly mentioned, but short-term vacation rentals. I understand the PCDC has some task force working on that. Years were spent by citizens, by the Planning Commission, and by the Board of Trustees, and by the town staff to draft the existing short-term STR regulations. They've worked very well. This is an area we were clearly ahead of the rest of the state and fended off some of the problems that have occurred in many other communities in Colorado. And it's working, but again, looks like there's an effort to fix something that's not broken. And I think a lot of these efforts, while well-intentioned, are misguided wastes of time and effort in reinventing the wheel. And that's the dissenting view.
Thank you, trustee Browning.
I dissent to the dissenting view.
Sure.
I think the developable land in Lyons, there are 6 HUD designated deed restricted buyout properties in the confluence that can be purchased back by the town and developed. But I'd love to talk to you about it off the record, Mark, because I think I have a lot to offer your opinion. But I also want to know what you know, because you've been here longer and you know more about this than I do. So let's have discourse.
Okay. All right, well, that brings us to the conclusion of our workshop. Anybody have any final comments before we? Yeah, please.
I echo what Commissioner Everett said about priorities. I would also like to see more code clarity around things can be interpreted, in light of the recent hearing on noise ordinance. That is obviously very touchy for a lot of people, some that object. So that, and I was going to ask if we have a commercial and residential needs assessment. It sounds like we have the residential piece. Do we also have a commercial?
We do. There was one done several years ago through the at that time it was Economic Development Commission, but it's been left.
Yeah, you might get with the EBC and with the chamber too. I think that would probably be a good group conversation. Find out.
And we also need to clarify, Lyons Thrive was adopted in January of 23.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay,
That's been
time
under
flies.
a year
Time
and a half.
flies. So it's been a year and a half, so absolutely time to review.
And adopted by the 2-year.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank you so much for all your volunteer time and effort and expertise. It's so appreciated. PCDC is so vital to the town's health and growth, and having been a commissioner myself, and I know trustee Hamlet will agree, it's just, we understand how much work it is and are just very full of gratitude to you all. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Hi, Claudia. Hi, Rosen. How are you? Good. How are you? Good.
I know, it's like now we're taking like double guard.
Okay, we're gonna wait until after the alarm is finished to get started. You didn't hear it? Do you hear me? Okay, should we hear people in general?
What? No, I do.
You know, my husband is almost like.
Oh, the musician.
No, I know, but so I'm used to having to. He's got his. Yeah. He's flying up. No, Trustee Dolman's not joining us tonight. He's out of town. If I remember correctly.
Yes.
I knew, yeah. We don't show it.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Yes. We'll-
Okay.
It just helps us.
Thank you. Are we ready, Clerk Casca?
We are.
All right, good evening, everybody. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay, don't make me gavel you. Don't gavel. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining us tonight. I will call the June 3rd, 2024 Lions Board of Trustees meeting to order. Do we have a roll call, please, Clerk Vasquez?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present.
Trustee Hamrick,
Present.
Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Browning,
Present.
Present.
and Trustee Downer.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. It's always nice to hear a full room of folks doing that, so appreciate you coming. I will read our land acknowledgement, then we'll take a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everybody. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call to the vote.
Trustee Browning, is that a yes?
Maybe you could use this here.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Trustee Browning, if you need to save your bandwidth or your battery by going off camera, if you just want to use the raise hand function to indicate you're voting for something, feel free. Okay, great. All right, so now is the time for audience business. We've made some changes if you haven't been here yet this board. So when you come up to the podium, please state your name and address. Each person will have 4 minutes to speak. And then after everybody speaks, we'll do the folks in the room and then anybody online who wishes to speak. After everybody speaks, the board will have a chance to address your comments directly. And then staff will have a chance to address your comments if they so choose. And that's so that you don't have to hang around if you're commenting on an item that's on the agenda later. You don't have to hang around if you don't want to. And so.
And this is not a public hearing.
Yes, yeah. And so the public hearing on the Riverbend PUD is not tonight. The public hearing on that is on the 17th. And so we would ask that if you wish to comment on the Riverbend PUD, please do so at the public hearing on the 17th. And I'll ask Attorney Dittman if there's anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, this for the public's information. If you do speak on the Riverbend PUD application right now, we ask you not to, but if you do, the board can't consider that information as part of the ex parte rules. So only information that's just, before the board as part of the public hearing can be considered. So it is really of no benefit to speak to the item tonight.
But I want to assure you that if that's what you're here to do, the board really does wish to hear what you have to say. And we just ask that you do it on the 17th at the public hearing so that we can officially consider it as part of our decision-making process. Okay, do we have a sign-in sheet tonight, Clerk Vasquez? Thank you.
First up is Clara Thomas, and after her, Ann Arling.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm Clara Thomas. I live at 601 Indian Lookout Road. And I won't discuss the Riverbend specifically tonight, but I wanted to discuss code relating to the planned unit development. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, I read through the proposed ordinance 1161, and it states that the approval criteria needs to include that the amendment, quote, does not affect in a substantially adverse manner either the enjoyment of land abutting upon or across the street from the PUD. And this concerns me because our property does abut Riverbend's property. And I'm confused with this language because of the unique aspects of the location. If you're going to make a zoning change that affects all venues equally in town, what is across the street from Riverbend and what abuts Riverbend exactly? I think that needs to be considered. Otherwise, the residents on Upper Fifth may be overlooked. I'm concerned that, and also the residents higher up on Indian Lookout Road would be overlooked. So I'm just concerned with that language for the zoning change and would appreciate any clarification regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Ann Arling, followed by Ed.
I'm gonna pass this. That was.
Okay,
Okay.
Ed as well. Okay. No, Ed Arling, and then followed by Steve Sims.
I'm at Arlene, 601.5 Indian Lookout Road. I have a concern about noise in the neighborhood and with summer coming and more outdoor concerts and venues with live music that are already in town. And there's probably gonna be more venues coming. I'm really curious what we can do to make the residents' life bearable when we get loud music. Now, I know we have on the books, there's it's not it's a article of I can't think of what the name is, the rules of the town.
Oh, the code.
The code, yeah, the code. Anyway, code 10.11.10 on unreasonable noise makes it unlawful to make unreasonable noise in a public place or near a private residence that the person has no right to occupy. It goes on, and it says, you can't irritate people more than 25 feet to more than noise is generated. Well, I live right up by Lion's Crest. And I can hear Planet Bluegrass just cranking for weddings. I mean, it's really loud. About 8 or 10 years ago, there was other music in town at a place called Riverbend, and that was super loud. And sometimes I even hear it from places in town, like what used to be the quarry. I don't know what it is now. There's another one, Main Stage. I don't go to these places because I can hear them from my house. My point is, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we have a code enforcement officer. That's a problem because we have something on the code or on the books. And now we have people, I'll call it violating that. And we don't have a way to resolve it. In the past, I've tried to be a good neighbor. I've called the venues. Sometimes they answer the phone, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they answer the phone and say, I can't hear you, it's too loud, call back later. That's I can't, it's 10 o'clock at night. Sometimes they say we'll do something and they don't.
And I'll be honest with you, I've called the sheriff many, many times. And the sheriff says, we'll send somebody over. This isn't the way to live in town, you know, we shouldn't have to be calling the sheriff to get your neighbor to turn down their music. And it's a really unique place because some venues have rock walls behind them, like Planet Bluegrass. They have a natural amphitheater that pushes up. Other places like, the Wee Casa place, they have a really natural amphitheater that pushes music up. And even in town, if the wind's blowing right, between the wind and the natural confines of the town, it's really loud. And I'm just asking the town, what can we do about it? I don't think the right solution is to have neighbor fighting neighbor, neighbor fighting business, calling the sheriff. We went through this 8 or 10 years ago. If there's a way you guys can see to it to enforce this code, I'm happy with the code, the way it's written. Because I'm over 700 feet away from Planet Bluegrass and I'm 1,000 feet away from places in town. So if we can keep sound down to less than 25 feet, I'm happy, but that's my ask of the town. I don't want to see neighbors fighting. I see letters from Chamber of Commerce suggesting we support this and that, and we want to collaborate. Let's collaborate and let's not go through what we did 8 or 10 years ago.
Thank you. The 4 minutes are up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you gonna respond now or do it?
No, we're gonna wait till everybody sleeps.
And I don't believe Ed gave his address.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I must have been messing with the timing. Okay, sorry about that.
Next
Thank you.
is Steve Sims.
Good evening, Steve Sims and Fifth Avenue. Thank you for all of your service. And thank you for listening to me for just a few moments. I've had this thought that the PCDC, BOT, they have a responsibility to listen to the public in this fashion. But also, my question to you is, do these boards and commissions have a responsibility to go out to people in the community who are the minority of our communities and to solicit some feedback? And in reference to the overlay discussion that's going to happen a little bit later, the overlay districts, I've been reading about the downtown overlay district, and it has a noise aspect to it in reference to what Ed's talking about. Bloomfield Place, the retirement home, Walt Self Place, those areas, how are they represented? Maybe that's the best way to put the question to you, in that, because they don't have the same kind of voice that a young person has, or a person who has more of a vested interest in a particular area. So do staff or anybody reach out to these individuals and try to get some kind of input from them to ask them honestly what they think about some of the issues that are happening and around the noise, around the venues, around the summer activity that's really close. I know, like Western Disposal comes at 6 a.m. and backs up to the Moxie area, and the beep, beep, beep of their trash trucks must be just really sad, honestly, and really annoying to those people who try to sleep and live in that home, that complex. So my question is an ask, and then also if there's discussion around that, or if you can come up with some ideas on how to help represent some of the minority in our community, I appreciate that.
thank you very much, Mr. Sims.
That was it for in-house. Okay, is there someone online?
Well, is there anybody else in the room who'd like to address the board tonight? Okay, we'll move to online. Anybody online, you can put yourself on camera or raise your hand. Just let us know. I don't see anybody online. Okay, so we'll close public comment. Trustee Browning, would you like to go first to address anything in public comment tonight?
Yes, as to the noise ordinance, and this came up briefly in the workshop as well. It's a common misperception that the overlay districts downtown somehow supersede the noise ordinance. They don't. They're not written as an exception to the noise ordinance. So a business that has outdoor music even during on a permitted day and during the permitted hours for its operation, is still subject to the noise ordinance. And if a citizen calls in a complaint under our 25-foot audible from the source of the sound standard, just the fact that a business is operating within the days and times on those overlay districts does not exempt it from the noise ordinance. And secondly, just for the information of the public, during each of my prior 2 terms on the Board of Trustees, I made an effort to update the noise ordinance, and even in the last time, sat down and discussed with the Grace brothers how to properly measure decibel levels, what equipment could be used, sampled noise ordinances from other towns and cities in Colorado, did a draft of an ordinance, and at no point was a majority of the Board of Trustees willing to tackle that. It's not an easy thing to do, but the need has been pointed out for many years. It's just never been done. And I think that's something that belongs on our agenda, and something I was going to bring up during our priorities discussion when that happens. So it's been looked at before. I don't know if I still got the draft I did last time, but it's been worked on. And I think the public is right that if there is a need.
Thank you, Trustee Browning. Mayor Protem?
I would like to see us be a little more accurately measure decibel levels. I think that would be worthwhile, because now it's very subjective when you do it. I live in Stone Canyon. I hear Lions Farm music all weekend and many times during the week. And to me, as long as it's done by 10 o'clock, I'm generally pretty good with that. But I do understand that measuring that would be a better process. I was not aware that any work had been done with it.
Every board. Yeah, every term. Did you have any? Trustee Long?
Yeah, well, I remember when I was on the board, the whole Lions Den fiasco, where it was constant complaints about the noise coming from the patio there. I'm looking in front of me, Article 9 in the Lions Municipal Code, unreasonable noise is one that Mr. Arling referred to. And it's pretty vague. I also agree with Mr. Arling and Administrator Simonson. You've heard me say this before. We really need to get moving on a code enforcement officer of some type.
She accepted today.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go, Mr. Arling. We've got one in place, but I think we do need to work on the noise ordinance. It needs to be more specific.
Thank you. Trustee Matthew? Yeah, I made a note of that as well. For my trustee report, where, it's been brought up by community members now during audience business. I feel like it's something that we need to probably take another look at. I know other board trustees have not succeeded despite best efforts, and maybe there is a way of working with this new code compliance officer. I don't know if their working hours are also in the evening, because I feel like that's when it needs to be enforced mostly. I'd also like to learn more about this Colorado state statute I read about, 2512-103, that that basically stipulates residential between 50 and 55 decibels and commercial between 55 and 60. I'm not sure where I got this in one of those documents that was in the packet. If you go back into history from 2015 and 2016, I just noted those levels. I'd like to know more about why those levels were chosen. How do we accurately measure those levels? Is that something that we can measure in the evening? I mean, obviously, we don't want to be leaning on the sheriff for this kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's worth taking another look at with fresh eyes, maybe fresh ears.
Trustee Hammer?
I really don't have much to add. I would echo what Trustee Long said. I do think we need a new noise ordinance. I think reading this one, it seems pretty lame. And also, somebody mentioned Lions Den. I do recall all the drama from that. It just never was resolved properly. And I think if we had a good ordinance or municipal code, and we have a compliance officer that can enforce it, then we could stop the drama between, hopefully. Anyway, so I think this is an important topic we should address in a little bit.
Thank you. And so I'll just say, I too was on the board during Lions Den and that code discussion, and it is complex. I live in Old North, and so I hear it all. I hear the Barnett and I hear the Planet sometimes at the same time. It's just the way that we're sometimes it seems like it just depends on the way the wind is blowing, which you can predict. So it's a complex issue, but I am certainly willing to take another look at it. Certainly the community is asking for that, and I want to address also what Mr. Sims brought up about how we how marginalized individuals might be represented in the town better. That's something that's near and dear to my heart, making sure, and I think you know, people get busy, you know, those of us who are involved in municipal government on a day-to-day basis, we're sort of living it, but I think it would make sense perhaps to talk about how can we better reach out to folks who don't have as loud of a voice normally to make sure that they're informed and heard. So I really appreciate that. And I'll ask Administrator Simonson, Marbone, if you have anything you'd like to add.
I would concur with what's been said. I can tell you every term of trustees has brought up the noise ordinance. It is very, very complex to address. And the other thing that makes it really challenging is that it's in a conflict with the comp plan. And the comp plan says we want to encourage our community to be very music and art centric. And so it's hard to be musically, you know, centric and you can't hear it off of a property. So there's some work there that has to be done. And the times we have tried to actively enforce code compliance on especially night events, then the town's accused of being, you know, business unfriendly. And that's what people come out for, is music. And then it hurts business. So it is very complex. We're more than happy to gear it all up again for this board if you want to try to tackle it. But it has over the years been decided that decibels do not work because of the wind.
Yeah.
And you never know where it's gonna be. How do you get an officer at all these 3 or 4 different points? We have to buy all the equipment, so every car has one. You know, it's a challenge. So, I will certainly gear that up, Mayor, if you want me to, for another, discussion. Also, I did want to comment that, to Ms. Thomas, that the PUD ordinance amendment is just being heard tonight on second reading, so it hasn't even passed yet. Our first reading tonight, so then we still have a second reading and a 30-day publication. So I don't know that it, in regard to the Riverbend PUD, if this will probably be passed after. Yeah, I mean, they may not be in sync, but thank you for those comments, so we can consider them. But it may not apply to this situation if one passes sooner than the other. And then lastly, no, I think that's it for now. And then, of course, with with the community that might be less involved, I do want to comment that, you know, we do try, and the board has recently working on a new communications plan that is trying to come up with many more ways to reach different populations, including those that may not be connected with Facebook. With the monthly newspaper, it's kind of hard too. If someone knows that Western is working before 7 a.m., they need to let me know that. And because there should not be any type of construction noise till 7. So we don't know if people don't call us. So I'd encourage people to let us know. And then thirdly, we do have Lisa Ramsey as our liaison to the seniors.
Yeah.
She's actively involved with these folks every day. And I think they're pretty good about letting her know some of their concerns. Again, if there's specific people, we should get them an advocate, or we should get them some form of ombudsman if they feel they're not heard. But, you know, they have at least the seniors have a pretty good network of communicating, having lunch together and talking. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, I just want to make one minor clarification. The PUD amendment is up for second reading and public hearing tonight. And just to be absolutely clear,
The amendment also.
the amendment process is, yeah, and any PUD application which is currently underway would not fall under this new ordinance. It would fall
That's what I
under
was trying to say.
previous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. There's a lot of PUDs going around.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, appreciate that. And we will move on to staff reports. I don't see Sergeant Sanders here tonight.
He did contact me. He is, using some PTO tonight. He did submit his, statistics from the last time you met. So if there's any questions you want me to, get to him, I'm happy to.
Anybody have questions they would like sent over? Can you give us an update? Oh, I'm sorry.
On what happened?
Speaking of noise, there's trucks using their engine brakes coming into town, and
Yeah.
now's the time when people have windows open and it's quite frequent. And anyway, so there's a tiny sign coming in from Estes, and so I didn't know if that's CDOT's responsibility or if there's two things.
Sure.
One, is there a better way to communicate that, a bigger sign, something?
Mhm.
And then two, I haven't seen in the stats if they've issued any tickets for such.
Jake
noise.
breaking.
Yeah.
Okay, I can certainly. follow up.
It seems almost purposeful.
Yeah. We can follow up on that.
Thank you.
And then could you give us an update on the incident that happened yesterday?
I haven't been debriefed by the sheriff personally yet, but just in between staff talking and finding out what's happening, there apparently was some form of a road rage incident that involved a SUV and a motorcycle coming around the corner at 3rd and Main, and the vehicle hit the person and hit the hydrant as well, and then it was a hit and run. And so that person was apparently apprehended, I'll put it that way, within 2 blocks of the incident happening, and is under, there's a report. I haven't seen the report yet, but is going through the process. And that the person on the motorcycle was not seriously injured.
Okay.
But that's all I know. Aaron can update you on the actual water hydrant because it did cause a decrease in pressure, especially for people in the higher elevations. And on Main Street right there, but that was low for about 30 minutes and then restored.
Okay. And when will do we know when the hydrant will be replaced?
We have one contractor who's looked at it, we have a couple others called, I haven't talked to Justin if he got more quotes yet, so they're working to put it together.
But we've notified the fire department, so they are very familiar with the next nearest hydrant if needed.
Well, kudos to staff for getting on top of that yesterday. Yeah, and the fire district folks, I mean, there were people were just right on top of it, so glad to hear that the motorcyclist is okay. Any other questions or comments regarding the sheriff's report? All right, administrators report, please.
Thank you. We have quite a few items this time, most of which were utility, so the board may have some questions on those. Most of them should be fairly self-explanatory regarding the wastewater treatment. That plant, we did have one violation recently that we have never had before, so it's an interesting one, but it's because when we switched to a general permit, our levels for nitrogen were decreased. So we did have one violation, but we don't, because we've never had it before in our history, we don't have to do anything like follow up. It was really kind of an anomaly due to some lowering of limits that we just have to adjust to. We did have a lightning strike at the Apple Valley water tank. It appears that it hit a tree right next to it and took out the SCADA system to the tank. And again, Aaron and the staff that oversee our water and wastewater, have been watching that tank manually and, again, thank you for all that always takes to monitor that when you don't have it on an electric system is very crucial to our water supply in town. So, we appreciate that. And, we also have, of course, as you guys know, the parks are looking really good, Main Street. All of our facilities for summer kickoff are now in order. Main Street has been planted, all the planters are planted, mulch put down, same with all of the parks. They are all looking good. All of the water features are now on at the parks and up and running there. Lions, Arts and Humanities, you'll get an update later, but about Laverne Johnson, I suppose. I'll let her do that. Diversion Day on May 18th was a big success. Hopefully we might be able to have another one of those, as well as the limb drop off that was held on the 25th. Nearly 75 Lions residents, that's not including the out-of-towners, participated in that. And then Kim wants everyone to know the summer concert series is kicking off next week on Wednesday with the oldest municipal jazz band in the state, the Denver Municipal Jazz Band. So come on out. We are going to start having a Town of Lions table at the concerts for all of you to have another way to communicate information with the public and be available for questions. And some exciting news is I got a call from Senator Bennett's office, and they are already working on the 2025 congressionally directed spending. And Senator Bennett is interested in moving forward $1.3 million ask for sewer interceptor improvements on the north side of town. So great. Yeah, so we'll see if that, we know that's a year-long process, but they are moving it forward, even though we are being awarded this year for so many. And I don't know if, oh, you'll recall the graffiti. I should have brought that up under sheriff. The big graffiti case last year, lots of tagging going on. The sheriff's office did get a hold of the 2 young people involved with that. And are going to start Dave Cosgrove's going to represent the town at the restorative justice conferences to educate them on how that impacts the town, impacts, the workers, the costs, how it looks, leads to other things. So excited that we're going to be able to help work through that in a restorative justice way. And then Broadway Avenue, although it looks like it's nearly done, we still have a few things to do there. We need to put up the railing on the south side of the stairway going between the depot and the sheriff's office. The pet and bicycle symbols are now painted on Railroad Avenue to help educate people where bikes are supposed to go versus cars. We have some red painting to do and one more push button assembly on crossings, but that project is about to wrap up in the next couple of weeks. And then lastly, but not least at all, is you might recall that Boulder County voters passed Proposition 1B, which was to continue a tax toward affordable housing strategies, but they were required to come up with a way to make sure that everyone in the county got a little bit of that. And so there are discussions right now starting on how to allocate and distribute those funds, which will include Lions. So they're looking at a set amount to Lions every year to help us with either staffing was what they proposed. But I told them we've applied for ADOLA staff as well. And also there's going to be a little set aside for if one of the smaller communities comes up with a project and we need funding to make it happen. that we can also allocate or apply for that, but at the county level. So, we're just starting that process. It's gonna go to the commissioners in August. Any questions on the report that we didn't touch upon? I think Aaron wants to talk about the solar software, or is everybody okay with understanding that's not gonna work?
Go ahead, trustee Dati first and then trustee. Okay, thank you. So I have a question about the Broadway Avenue improvements. When I started seeing symbols and paint, I got excited.
Uh-huh.
And then I looked at this more closely. I was like, oh, this doesn't include the enlarged sidewalk or the extra large sidewalk along Broadway. I know a lot of people are wondering,
Oh,
is it for pedestrians? Is it for cyclists? Is it for golf carts? And so I just
Okay.
feel like it would be great to have some kind of signage or something that shows all of the above.
okay. Well, just for you tonight, it is multimodal. So it is for peds, bikes, and because it's 10 feet, that's the code. If it's 10 feet wide, it can include golf cars. So that will now have an access for golf cars on the 400 to 500 block, which we've never had. And, it does not include, it's anything but cars and vehicles.
Right. And is it going both ways?
It is
east and
both
west?
ways, because it's 10 feet.
And do we know if there's anything in the plans to designate that as what multimodal is like? To
Yeah,
actually
I don't believe there is, but I think it's too late to add.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that would help.
Okay.
I just heard a lot of confusion around that and it keeps coming up. So I think if we just clarify things, pedestrians, cyclists, golf cars, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And, you know, I was just thinking about a question that was brought up around marginalized communities, and I'm thinking of the Walt Self Center being right across from Sandstone.
Mhm.
And we will be hosting a trustee table or a town of Lions table
Oh.
starting on June 12th with Mayor Rogan, actually. And so that would be a really great, you know, that would be a really great time for people from Walt Self to just walk across the street and ask those questions.
Well, and for Broomfield on Mondays.
Right.
Yeah. At
On
11.
Mondays at Moxie, so
That'd be
it's
perfect.
very near.
Yeah.
Right, and then finally, I wanted to speak, I had the pleasure of being in town on Memorial Day and getting to spend some time at Laverne Johnson Park with our family and friends, and I was so happy to see that it felt very manageable and it felt, it didn't feel like it was overrun, like I've heard it in years past, people get upset when it feels overrun. Memorial Day is usually very busy. And I felt like the park hosts were making the rounds and I felt like everybody was having a wonderful time and it seemed like there was room for everybody to thrive and enjoy themselves. The only thing that I was a little bit surprised at, and maybe this is because it was my first encounter with our security team there, the Iron Spear security team.
Yeah.
You know, they were at the front entrance, they were definitely manning the gate, they were doing their job. And they're in, I guess I wasn't expecting them to be like fully uniformed with like a vest and everything.
Yeah.
And I did approach a couple, I think there were 2 of them working that day. I just was a little surprised at, I guess just a little how rough they were. Maybe that comes with the security detail. I'm not sure, but I guess hopefully the park hosts will balance that out with their friendliness.
Yeah, so the contract, this is a brand new contract. This firm we're using this year can go all the way through armed security. So they are trained on a wide gamut. We told them we wanted a softer hand here, but we have heard that feedback and have since already met with them and said, what about not wearing your vest at the entrance? But you can wear it on your rounds when we're busy. They're not carrying any weapons, just so you know that, none. We said we don't want anything like that showing. We don't want any, we just want a presence. So I think they're just getting to know the community. And they're used to working in, they're out of Longmont, the firm is, so they're used to Longmont, Loveland, just some other areas that might have a higher crime rate than we do. So we are just, we're working with them to find that balance. Yeah,
Great. Yeah, because it definitely felt like a family friendly.
but we also, as we know, if you get one time that it gets out of, gets too busy and you lose that, it's hard to get it back. So, we'll work with them on softening that approach, yet being stern on the weekends. It is at capacity and we need to be.
Thank you.
Trustee Wolf?
Are you free to announce the new code compliance officer tonight, or do you want to hold off on that?
No, I think we can. A person named Cassidy Davenport has accepted it, but it's mixed with the planner one job. So 70% of her time will be planner, 30% will be code compliance. So this is not full-time like we had. We are working with the sheriff on them taking more enforcement on certain issues like animals. And they're gonna do more parking than they did, so that Cassidy can take more of the approach of zoning, ADUs, STRs, weeds. So it's gonna be a little different shift.
So it won't be like Zach Burgess.
No, she will not be wearing,
So she won't be doing like noise compliance. She won't be addressing those.
well, she can, well, we'll have to work on that after hearing tonight, but no, she certainly will
Okay.
be responsible for all of them, but if it's anything that involves, the sheriff actually prefers noise. I mean, they don't like to respond to it, but they feel you need that presence if it's on a Friday or Saturday night and people are drinking.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be a guy or girl person. But she's starting next Monday, so we, we're gonna have to get her orientated.
Thank you.
Anything? I don't see Trustee Browning with his hand up or his camera on. So I'll just say that I love the new push button assemblies on Main Street and Broadway across the street. They are so much easier and safer. And so just thanks for those. Sure. Okay. All right, let's move on to the legal update. Attorney Dittman.
Thank you, Mayor Rogan. I don't have any legal update for this time. I think we went through the legislative session pretty extensively last time. We're just kind of waiting on bills to be signed or not signed at this point.
Great, thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, so we'll move on then to ordinances and public hearings. The first up is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1161, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add new sections concerning amending planned unit developments. Attorney Dittman, did you want to take this one? Do we want to have a staff report first?
I think it's more appropriate to have Andrew do a presentation if you're looking for a staff report. The only thing to add is that we did incorporate, from my perspective at least, that we did incorporate the changes the board of trustees made at the last meeting. There were a few things that were suggested that you'd like to see, but of course those were not incorporated. There was no motion in a second. I did draft, and it should be in your inboxes, suggested language we could go through, but I feel that's more appropriate for discussion and to that section of the meeting.
Okay.
Yes, I'll be quick. Just we've gone over it once before. But as you all know, we do not have a PUD amendment process. So in order to amend a PUD, you have to go through the town's full rezoning process. I think I said it at the last meeting. This is both disingenuous to normally the request, and it really stacks the submittal requirements for an applicant. And so that's a big part of it. And then some of it, we have a few property owners in town that have very minor changes that they want to make. We're talking shifting a building by a foot or changing a parking space from ADA here to we're gonna put it here. And since those site plans are tied to a PUD agreement, they cannot legally do that. And since they do, it's a zoning violation. So those are kind of what we're trying to figure out how to do in an efficient way that still serves the community, but also just takes that burden down off of the applicant. So the proposed code, and as Brandon stated, this has gone in front of the PCDC twice. And in front of you all once the changes, as noted by Mayor Rogan, were incorporated, and I'll let Brandon go into what's in the inbox as well. But again, it's just separating out a process between minor amendments, which is kind of that case study I used before. We want to shift it a foot to major amendments, to, larger requests, more commercial square footage, substantially changing, the PUD agreement. With that, I'll stand for questions, but there's not been any changes on my end since the last iteration was brought to you all at the last meeting.
Thank you. Questions for Planner Bowen? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to speak to ordinance 1161 tonight?
What is the ordinance?
Mr. Sims?
This is Steve Sims, 809 Fifth Avenue. Just a brief comment on what I heard. When you mentioned about a substantial change to it, the definition of substantial, falls under different eyes, different ears, different perspectives. So defining the scope of substantial is probably a lot of words to define that. So that's just a comment on that. Thank you.
Stay tuned. Anyone else?
Debbie Sims, 809 Fifth Avenue, and I have no idea if what I'm gonna say is relevant, pertinent, or appropriate, but shut me down if I don't. I just want to say with the PUD and the whole process around that, it'd be nice to get representation from the people who are impacted. And otherwise, it just feels like things are happening to you and at you, and you have no control, you have no say, you have no recourse to go forward. And I don't know if that's an appropriate thing to say in the process, but I know with our particular Riverbend issue, we have not been involved. We have not been questioned, we have not been impacted, we have not been approached, and it just all kind of came at us like a flood. And so I think we would really like a seat at the table if it's appropriate to ask for that and keep that in consideration.
Thank you.
I'll say something real quick. Patrick Thomas, 601 Indian Lookout Road. I just want to reiterate what my wife Clara had to say earlier, the language about abutting or across the street. That seems, things can affect you even though you're not abutting or across the street. That seems like limiting language, and I don't know why it's worded that way specifically, but hopefully there's still the general consideration of neighbors within a certain perimeter, things like that as well. Just trying to make sure we're not taking things out of reach of the common resident of town in their ability to help address these things as they come along, as we're experiencing on other fronts right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online?
I don't see anyone with their hands.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing. Thank you very much and entertain a motion so that we can discuss.
I move to approve ordinance 1161, amending the Lyons Municipal Code regarding PUD amendment process upon second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Attorney Dittman, would you like to talk about what you sent over?
Yeah, I'd be happy to kind of walk through. I'll share my screen and kind of walk through some of the proposed changes that
Great, thank
that
you.
I thought, based on our discussion in the last meeting, might be helpful. Again, these are just suggestions. We're not saying you have to do these. Take them or leave them as you wish. They're more so to start a discussion along possible amendments, and they're really in three categories. One's a kind of a cleanup, and then two that are more substantive and address some of the discussion at the last meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully, there we go. Can you guys see that okay? Or I can zoom in.
Zoom in. Zoom in, please.
Can you see that?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So the first one, as I mentioned, is kind of a cleanup item. We noticed today that there was some superfluous language in there about ADUs for some reason.
Yeah.
And so I would ask for a quick amendment just to delete out that whereas clause.
Okay, do you want us to do these one by one, or do you want to go through them all and then have us?
I'm happy to take it either way. If you think that there's going to be divergence of opinion on the other ones, then it may be better to do this one separately.
Okay, I think let's walk through your suggestions, and then we'll go back to the top and see who would like to propose making amendments.
Okay, sounds good. So the next one that I proposed, there's a lot of discussion at the last meeting about how do we determine what significantly alters means, which is basically what distinguishes them between a major PUD and a minor PUD. The major PUD process is more or less the same as our rezoning standards, whereas the minor is administrative review. And so what I did based on that feedback is I looked at different codes that are out there that have PUD amendment standards and the ones that distinguish between minor and major, and kind of looked at some of the objective criteria were that they use to distinguish between the two. And the way I thought about this is that there may be other items out there, right? So if there's a substantial, change of some kind that is not on this list, it shouldn't be excluded, but we should set up some parameters of what things that would qualify as significantly altering. And so the language, basically the categories that I've set up is more or less 7 different categories. And these are all either from the Telluride, Eagle, or Centennial Code is kind of where I was pulling some of this language, and a few things that I thought made sense based on some of the issues we've had in Lions over the years. So the first one, which came straight from Telluride, was whether the ground coverage of all proposed structures is proposed to be increased by more than 3%, and or approved open space to be reduced by more than 3%. So if the buildings get more than 3% bigger, or the open space reduces by 3% or more, that would signify that it significantly alters the existing PUD, is the idea on that one. Similarly, and the next one I pulled from Telluride was that when the floor area of the proposed structures is increased by more than 3%, or the number of dwelling units or bedrooms proposed is more than 1%. So rather than the footprint of the building expanding, the floor area. So I mean, it would be, multiple levels maybe, or of course bedrooms.
Okay, Attorney Dittman, I just want to point out a number 2 there. You spelled out 2%, but have 3%, the numeral in brackets. So
Okay.
just to,
Let me fix it
thank
quick.
you.
Yeah. And these are just numbers that were in the other codes. You can change them, tweak them however you want.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, let's see. I
And
know, but
there's a lot of there.
yeah,
There's also one earlier in determining as misspelled.
okay. Okay, please continue, Attorney Dittman.
Okay. Yeah, I see that, and I'll fix that as
Needs
well.
it to be 3.
Yes.
The next one was whether the building or street locations are modified by more than 2 feet. And so this is one that has occurred recently in Lions, where existing PUD site plans was determined to be more or less inaccurate to what they actually constructed, but by very small margins. And so this would address those types of situations. 2 feet is what the code I pulled from had. But again, that number can be changed as you guys see necessary. The one that I wrote out based on some of our experience in Lions over the years is whether the proposed use requires additional water, sewer, electric fees, dedications, and/or taps, which may signify that it significantly increases or significantly alters existing utility use. One I thought was good that I hadn't even previously considered was whether or not previous modifications have been granted to the PUD. And so the idea here is if a PUD just constantly is being, expanded, that doesn't really qualify as a minor PUD amendment. You're taking a minor and turning it into a major over time. And so the idea is that if this thing's already been modified several times, it may make sense to do it as a new PUD. 1, to clean up the paperwork, but 2, does not incentivize kind of the Jack and the Beanstalk problem where it just gets slightly bigger every year. Another one I thought was a good idea is that whether or not the intent of the modification, and I don't know why my spell check apparently isn't working.
You're really.
Yeah, intent of the modification is to correct errors in the existing PUD. And so if we're just correcting existing errors, it shouldn't qualify as a major, right? And then finally, as I kind of alluded to earlier, I want to give some flexibility because there may be unique situations that, that are not captured by this list or even the list above. And so if there's any other criteria which reasonably supports the conclusion that the proposed modification substantially alters the existing PUD, that should also be considered as a factor to throw this into a major PUD versus a minor. So it could just be a very unique situation for the property. And, that should, garner a higher level of review, in my opinion. And so those are my suggestions, how I brainstormed to address the board's ask for more objective on what significantly alter means. So happy to answer any questions. I'll make some of those corrections right now before, we consider any passage.
The only question I have is, I'm gonna wanna know how staff feels about these criteria. And we can, I don't know how long you've had to think about this or
We just received it.
Okay, so maybe let's move on and then we can, when we go back to the top to do the amendments, we can talk about that.
The third category of changes was to address the issue identified at first reading concerning notification to surrounding property owners. And so what I did is that, first I require as part of the pre-submission criteria that the applicant submit interested property ownership report. This is pulled directly from the rezoning standards, where that basically they have to submit a report of all the surrounding property owners within 300 feet and mineral owners, as part of their applications. That way we can, save money and time on identifying who the surrounding property owners are. And then also giving us the envelopes so we can mail out notices so the town's not on the hook for paying for that. And so that was an ad I included. And kind of following up with that, two additional criteria that people be notified within 300 feet of the property in question, both before the PCDC meeting and before the BOT meeting. It also includes the 15-day newspaper notice. That one's up to you guys. I just pulled it from the rezoning. I know it's caused some, concern in the past. We can change that. But I thought the actual notice to the property owners via those addressed envelopes would be a good idea. And so you'll see here number 6, we have it for the PCDC meeting. And then number 8, we have it for the BOT meeting. So it's just pulled directly from, the standards that are in the rezoning.
And that's the end of the suggestions.
That's the end of the suggestion. The other one that I didn't include that may be a good idea now that I'm looking through this, is part of the application submission requirements is a agreement to reimburse the town for any review costs, which we have in the development and rezoning standards. That's not in here. But other than that, I think that I was addressing primarily what the board brought to me as their concerns.
Yeah, and appreciate that. I know trying to define or quantify significantly is a challenge, so really appreciate that. Okay, so I think the way to do this is go through this list of changes. If somebody would like to propose an amendment, we'll do the amendment process. And then move on to general discussion after that.
Yeah, I'd like to just suggest, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is if we make significant changes between a first and second reading, you are to republish. To me, these are fairly significant changes, and Andrew and I would like a little time to review them, especially after hearing tonight some of the other concerns about like the 300-foot notice. There's no way to know who will be impacted by something. But I mean, that's why we do a newspaper notice. But I mean, unless the board's comfortable doing this on the fly, I would be okay if you want to table this to your next meeting and get it all cleaned up and re-presented.
Well, and I'm gonna ask Attorney Gitlin a question in a second. So I'm of the opinion that staff should have some time to metabolize this information and come back to us. I don't know the process for,
Yeah, between first
Tabling
and
it.
second reading.
but, Attorney Gitlin?
Yeah, I mean, the problem, I think, as we identified at the last reading of this, is that, you know, given the way this was kind of brought to me and to the board, there wasn't the opportunity to address the board's concerns in a way where she could be incorporated into the ordinance itself, other than introducing them on second reading. I don't think this hits the threshold of it needs to be totally go back to square one, just because they are in line with what what we are doing. It's not a different area of expertise. I will agree they are, changes and fairly significant ones, but I don't think we need to, go back to first reading, second reading. I think we could, if you wanted to continue this, to digest these changes more, even have some discussion here tonight, about it. That would be perfectly fine by me. But I think your options really are either to table it or to go back to square one. And I don't know if we want to go back to square one. And I don't think that legally we're required to, based on the content of these changes. They are in line with what the general intent was, the original ordinance. It isn't like, we were doing a PUD ordinance and we're adding on a noise ordinance, violations, which would require substantially renoticing the entire thing.
So Attorney Gitlin, let me ask you then, would it be appropriate for us to walk through the amendments, and then table it? Or should we table it now and then ask for staff feedback on the proposed language?
I think, if you want to have discussion now about, what you might want to do with this to give staff some feedback, I think that would be fine. We could take care of you can table ordinance at any time. It's a type of motion that takes precedence over all others under Robert's rules. So you could even take care of the whereas clause now. That way when we repost it, it's gone, right? If you wanted to. And then you can have as much discussion as you want. And at any point in time, which, we want to end this, you can.
Okay, got it. So let's have some discussion now and see where we land. Would anybody like to make an amendment regarding the whereas clause?
Yeah, I move to amend the fourth whereas clause, removing the town wishes to make the detached accessory dwelling units process easier and more attainable for town residents.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that? No. Okay, I'll call for the vote on that amendment. Trustee Browning.
Trustee Browning. And that motion passes unanimously.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, that was easy. Would anyone like to make an amendment regarding the definition of significantly? Trustee Browning?
Yes, I think where it says the town administrator may consider the following factors, I think it should say shall consider the following factors, because these are board identified factors that we think might kick things into the major category. So I think it's something that should be considered rather than making it optional to consider.
Would you like to make a motion about this section?
Yes.
To include that?
I would move that we change in that line, in the introductory line, the town administrator may to the town administrator shall consider the following factors.
And
And would you like to include the rest of the items in that motion, the rest of the numbered items?
Oh, yes, that we make those drafted amendments with the change from may to shall, and the rest of them are fine. And I think, yes, that's my motion.
That's your motion. Great. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A little discussion here. So I would support this amendment. I would ask that staff take a closer look And, if this should be continued, come back to the board with any suggested changes that you would like to make. Any other discussion about this amendment? Trustee Hamlin?
Yeah, I just have a question on may and shalls and all that. So, I mean, anytime we identify specific criteria, then it makes me a little nervous as to, do we get everything? So I assume this says you shall look at these, and there could be other criteria that come up. Okay.
Yeah, number 7 kind of covers the,
Okay. Okay.
all right, trustee Browning.
Yes, I agree that not only should staff be given more time to look at these, but so should the public. We just had a public hearing, but the public hadn't seen these changes before they had a public hearing, so this definitely needs more review.
Agreed. Attorney Diven?
Yeah, just two kind of responses to explain my thinking on this. So the may versus a shall was a debate in my mind about which way it should be. And it goes back to the difficulty of defining what significantly means and wanting to be flexible. And so I'm happy either way. And it was kind of a judgment call that may would allow for more flexibility. Shall is obviously more restrictive. I did add in the number 7 to add in some flexibility. There could be other factors. So I think, with number 7 included, that would be fine. And then, to the point about the public, I mean, the reason why this could not be part of the agenda was because there was only direction given at the last meeting. I couldn't draft anything or put it in the agenda until it came up during discussion as an amendment on this meeting, for that reason. Otherwise, we would be basically making decision-making outside of an open process where, and so that's why it was not a effort to hide anything. It was just more so the restrictions of our processes. It had to be done that way. And just explain everyone why there's not a lot of foresight into these edits. It's because I literally could not put them into the agenda without violating our open meetings laws. So.
Understood. Thank you very much, Attorney Diven. Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Did we have a second?
You did.
Trustee Lowell seconded.
Trustee Lowell seconded. I'm sorry. Okay. Any more discussion on this amendment? I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Trustee Browning, this is just like old times having you on Zoom. I know. I know. Would anyone care to make amendments regarding the review process? Go ahead.
Okay, so I motion to amend section 16-4-270 review process. Item J.
I think it's
I, J, K.
I, J, and K.
Would you like to include items 6 and 8?
Under the same section? Yes, we should include section 6 and section 8. And section 8.
Correct.
Okay, oh, there it is.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you. And I would like to make a friendly amendment. I would suggest that we consider under 10 approval criteria, change item C, the enjoyment of land abutting upon or across the street from to within 300 feet of. Would you accept that friendly amendment? Yep. Great, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Okay, I'll call for the vote on that amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I move to table this item to a date certain.
No, July 17th is going to be.
July 17th is very full. What would the impacts be of June? Thank you. What would the impact be to staff and what you have in the pipeline to, doing this the first meeting in July.
There's one property owner somewhat waiting, you know, on this ordinance, but you know, we can't be focused on one property owner. As far as process goes, just not.
First meeting in July.
July 1.
Yeah, trustee Bratton, your July 1. Okay, so that date would be Monday, July 1st. Attorney Dittmas.
Yeah, this before we move to table this to a date certain. I will note that in the approval criteria in part 6, there's that budding language shows up again. And so you may want to consider the 300 feet
Thank you.
change there as well.
Thank you. Okay. Administrator Simonson.
I have just a couple questions. So if after staff talk, we have other recommendations, like maybe about utilities in regard to amounts or something, we'll bring that up at the second reading again.
Yep.
Okay, and that item number 2 under I guess it's the first section where it says the bedrooms would be changed by more than 1%. I don't know how you measure that if it's like a 2-bedroom house. How do you measure 1% of, 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms? I mean, are we just saying if they're at any bedrooms? But I think that language to me, if I'm the one who has to decide if this is significant, I don't know what 1% of 2 bedrooms is.
Attorney Dittman, go ahead, and then I have a question.
Yeah, what this means is that basically if you add in lines, it would effectively mean you add any number of bedrooms, it would be a major, a major change. If you had a 100 unit MDU and you added 1, then that wouldn't be considered a minor. But that's just the way this is drafted for Telluride. It could be, different in lines, why it's suggested language for the board's consideration. But this would effectively mean that any additional number of bedrooms would throw it in.
So that would automatically make it a major.
Well, and I think one of my purposes of tabling this to a date certain is to give staff some time to digest this and work through some questions.
Thank you.
So,
okay,
yeah,
great.
And given how busy we're gonna be in the next meeting, I think July looks very appropriate.
Okay. So did I get a second for July 1?
Second. Maybe, yeah. Okay.
Attorney Dittman?
Sorry to, kind of put a hitch in this, but did you want to make that change to part 6 about the abutting as well? Is that there was an amendment to that effect?
Great. Yeah, and I'm trying to thank you for that.
It's under approval criteria.
It's in our approval criteria, part 3. The minor PUD amendment does not affect in a substantially adverse manner the enjoyment of living across the street.
Go ahead, trustee Benty.
Okay, so I move to amend approval criteria, under approval criteria, section C. The major PUD amendment does not affect in a substantially adverse manner. Could I say any property within 300 feet?
Well, it says substantially adverse manner, either the enjoyment of land.
Okay, I see it. Okay, so the minor PUD amendment does not affect in a substantially adverse manner either the enjoyment of land 300 within 300 feet of the PUD in the reasonable judgment of the approver.
Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll do it second.
Discussion? Okay, we'll vote on that amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table until July 1st. Any further discussion on that?
I just want to clarify that I was looking at section 10 under the major PUD amendment. I wasn't looking at section 6.
But the amendment was made to section 6. Okay, you just,
Yeah, just, you know, I said section 10, not section 6.
thank you. All right, any further discussion on the motion to table? Okay, I'll put that on then.
Trustee Browning,
Motion to table, trustee Browning. Are you,
motion passes unanimously.
okay, thank you. Thanks for hanging in there with that, everybody. That was a lot of information and a lot of amendments. So appreciate that. We'll take that back up on July 1st. Which brings us to second reading of public hearing of ordinance 1162 and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to a lease of town property adjacent to 4100 and 4196 Ute Highway, Lyons, Colorado, 80540 to Spirit Distillers. Maybe a brief staff report for the public.
Sure. This is the second reading of a lease amendment with Spirit Town. They had come before the Board of Trustees asking for an extension on the time limit they could modify the building. And the board agreed to that date as well as Mr. Sullivan. And I confirmed with him today, he's unable to be here tonight, but he was fine with moving forward with second reading as written.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Had he mentioned procuring a contractor?
He mentioned that they have got their first estimate from a structural engineer.
Okay.
And then there was one more question about, is it possible that they could get one more foot? Because apparently there's some supporting beam right at the crest of the building. And so to keep that integrity, it needs to be just a little further. So we were kind of we're talking to the staff level with him about that. If that is needed, we'll bring it back as a second amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, then I will open the public hearing. Would anybody in the public like to comment on ordinance 1162 tonight? I thought that's what y'all were here for.
Right.
Right. I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Trustee Wall.
I move to approve ordinance 1162 on the second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, discussion. Any discussion? Great, no discussion. I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right. On to the first reading of ordinance 1163, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the overlay zoning designation of PUDC 2501 West Main Street. Before we get started, I'm going to ask Attorney Dittman to cover how this process goes, since it is quasi judicial. The board doesn't often take up quasi judicial matters. There are very specific rules around them, which you may have heard about. So I'm going to let the attorney walk us through what the process is going to look like. Attorney Dittman.
Thank you, Mayor Rogan. So as you know, this is a quasi-judicial process, which means there are certain limitations on what we do during first reading. The basic idea for tonight is whether or not this application is complete and whether a public hearing and second reading should be scheduled is really kind of the focus of our review and discussion tonight. To that effect, there can be questions of staff on the contents of the application to determine whether or not it is complete. There shouldn't be any discussion on the merits of the proceeding. We should withhold those discussions until after the public hearing has occurred, where we can get the input from the applicant and from staff and from, of course, the public, and really gather evidence during that proceeding. So tonight's inquiry should be whether or not this application is complete and whether it should be advanced to a second reading in a public hearing.
Thank you very much for that context. Is it appropriate to ask questions of the applicant this evening?
Yeah, especially if the applicant is giving a presentation, but you can ask a question of the applicant if, again, as to the contents of what is there or not, the merits of the application in any sort of way.
Okay, great. So then the procedure is, staff report, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Dittman. Staff report, questions to staff, applicant presentation, questions to applicant is the procedure, correct?
That's correct. Then we'll move on to a motion, a second, and discussion on the completeness.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, staff report, please.
All right. Thank you all again, Angel Dawn planning staff. So the first reading for the Riverbend PUD. I'll keep it light. At the next meeting, I'll have a much more robust presentation, but in short, the full packet was submitted on the 8th of last month. And it was declared sufficient or complete on the 12th. So went through the code, made sure that everything that needed to be submitted was submitted. Have worked through a few issues with the applicant, but at this point, the application stands, for your final review. I'll just go over the proposed summary. So again, it's important to note, you all already know, but we do not have a PUD amendment process. So we have to treat this as a rezoning. But nominally, this is amending an existing PUDC agreement. And with that, there are 4 kind of primary requests from the applicant. That's to allow for an extended camping timeframe, and allow for the construction of 6,000 square foot venue instead of 4,000 square feet, allow for music to be amplified, and allow for the addition of 10 additional tiny homes. It's also important in speaking with the applicant. It was my recommendation that if there are any changes to this PUD that the applicant, the property owners foresee occurring, in the next 5 or 10 years, let's go ahead and bring those up and get those in this amendment. So right now, I think that the most pressing issues of this application are the square footage enhancement and the amplified music. And also want to be clear, the applicant is requesting 10 additional tiny homes. That is exclusive of the extended camping timeframe. As it stands, the existing PUD, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the old camping language in the existing PUD was contingent on Planet Bluegrass. And now the property owner is wanting to add, to have control of camping themselves, and they will be used for patrons of events, just like the tiny homes. So I already went over process, but it's also really important to note, and this isn't kicking a can down the road. This, once this, whether it's approved or disapproved, if it's approved, it still has to go through a development plan. And that will have to go, that will be referred out to referral bodies again. And that's really where those really technical, that technical feedback comes from, from the fire department or from utilities. That's really where I expect getting those comments. We need a fire hydrant here. This line needs to be this big. This really is setting up the parameters of the project. So this is, as presented, this is the PUD site plan. You can see the pavilion is here. I guess you can't see my control K.
Start with Highway 36, just be right.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I think it's control K. I can't remember. I can't remember.
Do you want my mouse?
No, it's fine. But you can see Highway 36 up here on the northeast side. And then the river is kind of the bow of the property. So the large rectangle is the proposed pavilion. And the 10 additional tiny homes, thank you. The 10 additional tiny homes are on the north side of the PUD, but in addition to what is already in Weetasa. So, right, you still can't see my mouse, but it's those lower 10 tiny homes. So, for the record, again, the address of this property is 501 West Main Street. And then I provided legal description. Neighboring parcel zoning is directly abutting is C commercial to the north, R2 to the west, east is A1 agricultural, and south is, of course, town park. So, the current zoning for the site is PUDC, again, how it's called out in the future land use, map and its future land use designation through Lions Thrives is destination, entertainment. So just like, Planet Bluegrass, that whole corridor, is zoned the same. So notification, input and referrals, per section 161530, neighbor notices were sent out via return receipt mail, to everybody within 300 feet. A legal ad was posted in the Longmont Times Call, and a notification was posted on the town's website and posting area. All letters of opposition and support to this project thus far, have been placed in your packets. We've been trying to keep as up to date as we can on those, so they should all be there, those that were submitted by 5 o'clock today. And then, also all referrals, are also within that, packet. So the required findings for this application for rezoning, there's 6. Really, the only one that extends to this proposal and PUDs is a rezoning to a plan unit development overlay district is requested to encourage innovative and creative design and to promote a mix of land uses in development. So that's the criteria that I focused on just because it's most applicable. And so, this is the balance, right? So we have a PUD that's surrounded by residential areas. It has, canyon walls that amplify sound, but also per Lions Thrive. It has the land use classification of entertainment. And so I think it's important to look at that comprehensive plan. And it's supposed to be a mix of tourism oriented commercial recreation service uses. Further, this classification is meant to support destination tourism as an important sector of the Lions economy. These areas are intended to provide a variety of entertainment activities, including concerts and cultural performances, indoor and outdoor wedding venues, and related ancillary uses such as the sale of food, beverages, lodging. So I did not mean any, how to balance this request with neighbors is very important, and you'll hear this when we go over the planning commission's deliberations. But this is as far as what it is zoned now and its future land use classification. Staff does find that this is a reasonable request, and it's through this process, it's trying to balance that request. I think that's the challenge we have here. So again, I've gone over these, but as far as the staff analysis goes, again, these are the 4 topics that they are looking, the property owners are looking to achieve. And this is the exact same presentation. I was sitting here just a few days ago with the PCDC. It seems it's moving fast, but so these are my analyses for kind of the 4 requests they have. So allow for an extended camping time frame. Staff generally agrees that a longer camping time frame and the addition of 10 dedicated primitive camping sites would support a need on site for overnight stay options. I did request of the PCD to see parameters of what that camping looked like, and we got a referral back from the ecology board and trying to take their comments into account and try to address those concerns and balance that with the request. And I'll show those recommended conditions that I had. And then the next one is allow the construction of 6,000 square foot venue instead of 4,000. Again, the property owner is seeking to best utilize the property. There's, per the request, there's an existing cap for 200 patrons or visitors on site. That's not expanding with this request. It's just providing a little bit more elbow room in the venue. But what it also does is, part of the original PUD was that the temporary bathrooms, and they're there right now, they had to be put into an actual structure. And then there's a catering tent as well. So what this extra square footage does seemingly is it allows all of these hard structures to be brought into one building. And you know, that's a net benefit per staff. Three, again, this is the one that received most public comment, is allow for music to be amplified. And again, staff generally agrees that amplified music is necessary for destination entertainment use, which allows for a variety of entertainment styles. Again, with the caveat to the PCDC that the staff is encouraging, trying to find balance and trying to at least provide some parameter to balance the needs of the community and commerce within the town. And then lastly was allow for the addition of 10 additional tiny homes. Again, as stated several times, as you've read, hopefully in the narrative, oftentimes patrons or visitors to Riverbend, when they come to a wedding, they would love to stay in Lyons. They don't want to have to drive or bus or taxi to another community to stay the night somewhere. So these 10 tiny homes will provide at least a little bit more room for individuals or patrons to be able to stay in Lyons.
70 or less.
And then again, I always provide caveats to try to address concerns, and this is a legitimate one, is I encourage the PCDC to require a new evacuation plan to be able to address if an emergency was to occur, how these would be handled. And then my staff recommendation to the PCDC, again, there were 6 findings. Camping shall only be permitted in an area formally established for primitive camping. Only 10 primitive camping sites shall be permitted. No camping shall be allowed within 100 feet of North St. Vrain Creek. Camping operations shall be limited to May 1st through December 31st. No amplification of outdoor music shall occur after 10 p.m. A formal evacuation plan shall be submitted, which explicitly describes how tiny homes would be removed in case of emergency. In going in front of the PCDC, they narrowed those conditions down to a formal evacuation plan shall be submitted, which explicitly describes how tiny homes will be removed in the case of an emergency. Only 10 tent camping sites shall be permitted, and the applicant shall be held to address all referrals from the Lions Protection District. And then lastly, again, I've already noted it. The issue of amplified music is, of course, important to the neighbors, and we have received a lot of feedback from that. And understand that there may be some concessions or some compromise. In the PCDC, they did not feel as though they could make a decision without seeing those compromises. So that will be important to flesh out within. I don't know, Brandon, I don't know how you frame compromises, but and where you do that within this process. But at any rate, that was a big reason why the PCDC felt that they could not comment on sound, just because they didn't feel that they had the, I don't know. And they were also concerned that since this site is not in the outdoor activity overlay, it doesn't have the added regulations that are within that district. So it only falls to the unreasonable noise, which just sets up an administrative nightmare for everyone involved, both the neighbors that need to make a complaint and whoever's on the other end receiving those complaints. That's really, again, like I said, I'll keep it short. I probably said too much, but, that's really the staff recommendation. But again, the theme at this point is balancing the.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll take questions from the board to staff. And I believe at this point, it's also appropriate to ask questions of referral agencies that are contained in the staff report.
To clarify.
Yeah, just to clarify, question for Brandon, for example, I have a question for the EAB. There are EAB representatives here. So as we ask questions to staff or after staff questions, is it then appropriate for me to see if the EAB representative would answer a question?
Yeah, in a bigger jurisdiction, you'd have their staff person working on that board or commission to do it. But I think given kind of our structure in Lions, it would make sense to ask for clarifying questions. Again, not to discuss the merits of the application in any sort of way, but like, what did
Exactly.
you support? Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure that it was an okay thing to do before I actually do it. Okay. So let's, who would like to start questions for staff? Trustee Browning, would you like to begin?
Yes, I have a process question first, I guess, for Attorney Dittman.
Yep.
I've got some questions about the details of things like the evacuation plan, drainage, the tax revenues, utilities. Is now the time to ask those, or should I wait till second reading?
I mean, as it pertains to questions about those things, not necessarily, is this bad or good? Just like, what does this mean that's in the application? Those are appropriate now. Or if those details are not there, you say, I would like to see this on, before for second reading. So
yeah, that's basically the nature of my question.
Yep.
Okay. First question relates to utilities, and there was a referral response from the UEB. And I'd like to ask staff, has there been discussion with the applicant about the issues raised by the UEB, and is the staff going to have a proposal to make about how we address the water rights and the tap fees issues that have existed since 2016?
You want me to tell you?
Yeah, I think Brandon should that be on the PUD?
I thought that was done during the executive session on the MOA.
Me too, I thought was the development.
That's a different issue. And so, I mean, the discussions which have occurred to date as it regards to this development is like whatever, staff's position is whatever the requirements are or the development that are additional, we'll have to comply with the code, right? From staff's perspective. And until we know what the exact utility requirements are, we can't mandate that now. It's really more appropriate for the development, agreement portion of this. In terms of, the PUD itself, I mean, we've certainly raised our concerns with the applicant, but we haven't mandated anything at this point.
Okay.
So I think if I might try to clarify for a second, I think what Trustee Browning is asking is, has staff discussed with the applicant the recommendations of the UEB? Is that correct, Trustee Browning?
Yes. And I guess a related question, based on what Attorney Dittman just said, is when is it appropriate for us, the board, to get into those details?
I mean, in terms of making prescriptions on as to utilities, it depends on what it is, right? I think tonight's discussion is a part of that. I mean, we're here to determine whether this is complete or not. Not, this is what needs to happen to approve this, to address the impacts of this. Some of those may be more appropriate for the development plan agreement. They are the PUD.
Okay, maybe the more specific question is, when do we get the development plan agreement in front of us, and what's the process for that and the timing of it?
Yes.
Because
That was direct. Andrew, did you want to speak on that? It seems like you guys were talking about it before I was going to.
Yeah, so we have the development plan proposal right now. It has not been sent out for referrals nor truly reviewed. We wanted to get through the PUD process and establish baseline use before kind of going down that technical road. As soon as any action on this PUD, if it's positive occurs, then that will kick off that development plan review.
and just to be clear, let's say that we pass this to second reading and determine it's complete and just hypothetically it's approved on second reading, then we get another chance when the development plan comes to ask questions about the utilities. And if the board wasn't satisfied with the utility arrangements at that point, it could still say, no, we only approve this development plan conditioned on certain things. So that's still a process yet to come.
That's correct. I mean, the PUD amendment will change the zoning of the property essentially to allow for additional uses. But in terms of the actual construction of the proposed changes, that'll be governed by the development plan agreement.
Okay.
But I don't know that the UEB referral, part of it does talk about that. Part of it does not, would it be helpful to hear the 2 lines of the UEB referral?
Please.
To understand the language?
I thought they were all included.
They are.
Okay. Right, that the UEB recommends the PUD revision be contingent on fixing language concerning payment for borrowed water shares and taps to be paid upon changes in ownership to include change in partnership shareholders. So I thought that was something that was already discussed.
Well, I think the question is, has staff discussed that with the applicant? I think that was Trustee Browning's question.
And then they mentioned changes during development review will need reconsideration of the water rights, taps, water, sewer, and possibly electric for future development is what I interpret the second line to be.
Yes, and so the question was, have staff and the applicant discussed those things? The answer is yes. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have additional questions, Trustee Browning?
I'm not sure if they belong at this stage. The evacuation plan has been mentioned a couple of times. And I've got some questions like, what's been the evacuation plan for the last 8 years?
I can pull that up and send it to you. I don't have it in front of me. I reviewed it last year with them, with the owners at that time of Wicasa. That is something that is Wicasa, the business plan that they have. I'm not aware that Riverbend follows that because the tiny homes are the Wicasa business, and that's who I've worked with in the past on that.
Okay, well,
So basically the current plan is that if we go into a flood warning stage, under a flood watch there to bring at least 5 vehicles that can transport those tiny homes off of the property and out of the floodplain. If we go into a warning, they're supposed to be able to remove them within 30 minutes. So there is a question about 10 more. How would you do that and where would you put them?
I mean, I think for the question of whether this is complete or not, can that evacuation plan be submitted for the second reading? You know,
Yeah.
A, does it exist? I think the answer is yes, it does exist. And the next appropriate question was B, can it be submitted with it for the second reading?
yeah, I'd like to know what it was because the PCDC was asked to basically suggested come up with a plan as if one didn't exist, but maybe it's changing the existing plan. Maybe if so, we need to see what that plan is. So,
Did you have additional questions, Trustee Browning?
yes, drainage was a big issue in the past with regard to Riverbend. That was one of the things that for literally 5, 6, 7 years kept coming up, that there was a drainage plan, or there were drainage improvements that needed to be done as part of the initial agreement in the PUD, and for a long time they weren't done. And I guess I saw like a little 2-page statement that the applicant had submitted from, I believe, an engineer about the drainage plan, but I was wondering if staff has had the chance to review the adequacy of the existing drainage plan. Was that finally done to the staff's satisfaction? And does further work need to be done on a drainage plan because of the changes being made on the property with this PUD amendment?
Yeah, so the drainage plan, the full drainage report by the engineers were done to close out the original PUD. As you mentioned, that had been left open. It hadn't been filed with the county. That was last year or 2 years ago, as we noticed earlier, time seems to go
2023.
quickly.
Yeah.
But they did work through and they went and they did actually design and construct 3 different sand filters there. They met what was required of the original PUD and did some additional more work that they did, maybe in planning so that the new one could meet that. But the engineer then also put out recently a review of what was done in comparison with the PUD amendments to state that the PUD amendments will still be met by the existing stormwater infrastructure that was previously constructed to finalize the original PUD.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question, and this is really for something information I'd like to see for second reading and a question to staff. The applicant has a calculation of tax revenues and tax benefits that it anticipates from this from the additions with the more use of the property and so forth. Included in that is an analysis of tax benefits from alcohol sales, from liquor sales, which in connection with weddings are substantial. Does the town really get sales tax revenue from the types of alcohol sales that are done at weddings? That's my question, and maybe the finance director Eystone needs to look at that. I know retail sales, if you go into a local bar and buy a drink, they're going to add sales tax, but I'm not sure that that's what's done at these types of wedding events. And I'd just like staff to analyze and see if that's really part of the revenue projection. And related to that, how is the staff going to track the sales tax lot and sales tax revenues from this property? Are there going to be regular reports of caterers and florists and vendors there so that we know what this is actually generating for the town of Lyons? Those are my questions.
Thank you. And you can address those now or at second.
I'll need to address that.
Yeah. Okay, terrific. Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem,
I have no additional questions.
Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, I have a question. So the 6,000 square foot building is going to be constructed in the FEMA flood hazard zone, correct?
In the 100, yes,
There must
it's
be,
proposed to be.
right,
Yeah.
there's, I assume that there are special construction
Yes,
guidelines for that.
yes,
If someone were building a home there, it would have to be elevated for
yes,
that.
this will too.
Is this facility as envisioned, will it have perhaps open sides to allow passage?
Yep,
Water.
the applicant's aware of the floodplain and engineers have indicated they'll build to that requirement.
And it'll be elevated above base flood level elevation, BFE.
The actual pad that the building will sit
The
on?
whole thing will have to be with flood vents.
Will that cause a rise?
Not if there's flood vents.
Okay. My biggest fear of this, if I want to make a comment.
No, I'm just.
No, this is only whether or not it's complete. So questions.
You can hold.
Okay, that's all I have.
Trustee Duffy.
I have 2 questions. One is to clarify the companies we're discussing, because this sounds like a request from Riverbend. And we were talking about the Wicasa evacuation plan. So does Riverbend have an evacuation plan and Wicasa has an evacuation plan, or?
No, just Wicasa did because that's where they were sleeping.
Okay, so So there are 22 tiny homes now at
Yes.
Casa that they have an evacuation plan, but now we're talking about 10 tiny homes for Riverbend.
No, my understanding is they still will contract with Wicasa to run those.
So that would be the same evacuation plan?
Wicasa would be uh, would be,
Okay.
Lisa, that has
So it's
some-
one evacuation plan for all 32,
yes.
Yes.
even though it's two different companies.
It's the
It's
same
not.
company.
It's the same.
We CASA will still manage the additional 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other question, I guess, is more of a recommendation question. I'm hearing a recommendation from staff and I'm reading a recommendation from the EAB. And I'm seeing the recommendation from the PCDC and I'm just wondering, how do we weigh those recommendations?
Well, I would, let's your attorney Denman to answer that question.
Yeah,
There's-
the referrals are their information to help the board and the PCDC come to their decision making. And so there's no hierarchy necessarily between those, but the PCDC's recommendation is the one that's required under our code. And so in terms of the EAB's recommendations, you can choose to accept those or ignore those as you fit. The same with the PCDC recommendation. The PCDC can say, we recommend you deny this, and then you accept it. Just a recommendation, it's more information.
But in our code, it's the PCDC that refers to the BOT. Is that right?
The PCDC provides a referral to the BOT.
You guys decide.
They are an advisory board.
What I'm trying to say is you're not bound to any of the recommendations, whether it be from the PCDC or the EAB or the UAB or anyone else. It's your decision as the final decision making body.
Yeah, those different groups are they're there to help make you aware of situations you might not be aware of from their perspective.
Did you have more questions?
Mm-mm.
Trustee Hammer?
I have no questions given the guidance by the attorney.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions. And I see the chair of the EAB is here. Can I ask you a question? You want to come on up? Thank you. And maybe you could, for those folks who don't know you, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Kurt Carlson, you need an address too?
No.
Okay. But I'm on the advisory board for the ecology.
Yeah.
Advisory board for this town board.
Thank you.
If there was a question.
Yeah, so first, thanks for the extremely thorough referral. I understand you all had a special meeting to do that, and that is much appreciated. So I have a question about the wildlife habitat assessment from your point of view. So if you read it in the packet, it looks like there's absolutely no wildlife on the property, right? And we all, I think, have actually seen wildlife on that property at one point or another. So that having been said, if the wildlife consultants and Fish and Wildlife say they don't see a problem with riparian nesting, I'm curious about what the basis is for the EAB's request that camping not happen during nesting season.
Well, I think what we were looking at, and bear in mind that I'm kind of the collector of comments.
Sure, of course, yeah.
And so I can't speak for everybody, but just looking at what was coming in, it seemed a little bit myopic, kind of, tunnel vision. They're looking at just the boundaries of that, and that it doesn't, we wanted to make sure as the board that looked at surrounding areas too. Of course, there's some species of concern just next door in Blue Ridge Johnson Park. I've also seen in the past, northern pygmy owls in those areas. So if you look just at that report, yeah, it's a snapshot and it's just very myopic in its view. And it's looking through a pinhole, in our opinion. And so that's why we commented the way we did, and there were several comments in that regard. For, and the wildlife assessment within that boundary, I think was appropriate.
Okay.
And so we're commenting on something, not knowing how appropriate it is to the process, but looking at it through that ecological environmental lens. And that's basically Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then I have one question for staff, actually two. So according to the packet, and the report, the ask from the applicant was for year-round camping and not a specific number of campsites. Unless I'm incorrect about that, tell me if I am. If I am not incorrect about that, I'm curious, how did you come up with the number 10?
Yeah, so again, this is one of those that was an ask, or may not happen right away, but may be something that happens in the next few years. The only change to the PUD agreement that you'll see is the addition of 52 weeks instead of the older language that was tied to events.
So then wouldn't the specific number of camping spaces be part of a development agreement versus a PUD?
So the 10 came from the applicant. That's the most they see fitting in the area. The reason why it's on the PUD is, at least it was a recommendation for me, that where those spots are is placed on the PUD agreement itself, just so we know where that use is gonna be.
Okay. Okay, it was just a little confusing to me
Yeah,
because,
sorry.
you know, I saw they asked for year-round camping and then number of camps. So, okay, great. And then finally, I'm wondering whether staff can perhaps talk to the applicant about some sort of consideration about maybe amplified music on Fridays and Saturdays, and the possibility of putting together a plan to help address potential neighborhood concerns moving forward. I think, which is something I think the WIPs apparently did well.
So that's a request between now and the next meeting.
I'm wondering if it's possible for staff to do that.
To talk with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Attorney
certainly
Dittman.
possible. I want to make sure it's legal.
Yeah, Attorney Dittman, is that okay? Is that an okay question to ask?
Yeah, I think it's okay to say for second reading, we'd like to see, proposals from staff and the applicant on the sound. I don't think it's necessary to get into that and what this might be or anything as part of this, whether it's complete or not, but I think it's fair to say we'd like to see this as part of the public hearing process, as some additional proposals.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so thus ends board questions to staff. And so does the applicant have a presentation tonight?
I'll make one other step.
Sure.
I just want to comment that Town of Lyons ourselves, we do allow camping directly during the nesting season. We have for years, and it has not interfered with the eagles nesting. And that's immediately underneath the nest. So I just want to mention that. I understand the holistic perspective. But I just want you to know that we work with Fish and Wildlife at the federal and state level, and they do not have an issue with that.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, does the applicant have a presentation tonight?
No.
No? Would you be willing to take some questions? Before this question, come on up. If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself.
We are representing Lyons Properties LLC. And it is confusing because it is a PUD change for 501 West Main and not Riverbend.
Yeah.
So Riverbend is actually a business that was owned by Mark and Betsy and run by Sarah and myself, my wife and myself.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your patience with our confusion about all of
No,
this. It's complex.
WeCaster as well. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to explain.
Okay. Trustee Browning, do you have any questions for the applicant this evening?
No, not this evening. I may have some at second reading after I get the additional information from staff, but not this evening.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Not this evening.
Trustee Hammer? Okay, well, I have a couple,
Yeah.
just so you're not
Go for it.
standing up in
Exactly.
vain there.
Don't waste my time.
No. So, I have three questions. You're requesting a maximum building height of 40 feet, and I'm wondering why.
It was in the previous PUD, it was 40 feet.
Okay,
And it took into account the rise, the 3-foot rise
got
on the
it.
base.
Okay.
Flood level,
Mhm.
but it's actually not. So the building's gonna be 29 feet, I believe, the top of my head, with that 3 foot, so we're still at 32 feet.
Okay, and that's including the, okay, great. Um,
But it's not gonna be far from that.
okay. And then, also, and I think this was also in the previous PUD, the street frontage sidewalk that's included, does that sidewalk go in just in front of your property? Does it go all the way to town? Like, it's hard to tell.
It stops at the bridge.
It stops at the bridge.
I
Okay,
mean, it's a path to nowhere, but, we'll go to the next driveway.
or it's the first part of a path to somewhere. So, I mean, that's.
I'm not hiding
Yeah.
from anything. Whatever the code says, we're happy to do it.
Thank you. And then finally, one more question about the proposed pavilion and the canopy tent. Are you planning to have both occupied at the same time with two separate events, or do people just get the whole place for their event?
No, that was just misinformation from the ecology board. So we're removing the tents and concrete pad,
Uh-huh.
and we are building a structure actually further away from the river than where the concrete pad is.
Okay, so the,
There is no two events today. There are two venues on the property.
mhm.
So one is being replaced by the other.
Okay, so the activities that occur now under the canopy tent will potentially occur in the pavilion.
Exactly,
is what
same
you're saying.
capacity, nothing changes.
Okay,
Unless I get a request for a celebration of life or a fundraising event in the morning,
Mhm.
we'll be sticking with one event per day.
okay, great. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No? That was just me. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've had the presentation from staff and questions for the applicant. I would now entertain a motion. Trustee Browning, would you care to make a motion?
Yes, I move that we send this to second reading, that we approve the PUD amendments on first reading and forward it to second reading
Second reading and public hearing.
and public hearing, yes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that? Yep, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. It is 9 o'clock. Let's take a short break. Give everybody a chance to stretch their legs, and then when we come back, we'll do our 9 o'clock check-in and see how we feel about the rest of tonight's agenda. Sound good? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. We take a kind of a poll at 9 o'clock, it's 9:15 now, to see, if we would like to change anything on the agenda considering the time and what we have left to work through. So I would like to propose, that we do a couple things here. I would like to propose that we go ahead and do consent, but that if any items are pulled from consent, we address those after the LEHC presentation. And so, so if no items are pulled from consent, that means that staff waiting for consent can be released. And then LEHC can give us their presentation without having to hang out for any longer than is necessary, although I'm sure you love it.
I do love it.
So how do we feel about that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I have another one.
Well, let's see if any board members have it. Anything anyone else would like to change, postpone?
We do.
Yeah.
Andrew is saying the brownfield is, even though it's been pushed once, it is not critical time wise. We have more time if you decide you want to push that to July 1st or whatever's the next reasonable date.
Okay.
And then if we could cover the work plan before the fire code so that Andrew can also get home.
For the work.
He's got another hour drive.
Oh, so swap the PCDC work plan and the fire code under general business. That's the request.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Are we okay with those two requests?
Yes.
Trustee Browning, you okay with that? It's probably breakfast time for you.
It is.
What are you having for breakfast? Okay.
5 a.m.
All right, okay, let's move forward with that then, and Clerk Vasquez, will you please read consent into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2024-49, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Fifth Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Horrocks Engineering Incorporated for the St. Vrain Trail Extension Project. Item 2 is resolution 2024-50, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the Second Amendment to the construction agreement with Mountain Constructors Incorporated for the US 36 Broadway Improvements and Multimodal Project. Item 3 are the May 20th, 24 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 4 are the June accounts payable.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So.
Second?
Second.
Any item anyone would like to remove from consent tonight? All right, we will vote on consent.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, LEHC update.
Thank you, Mayor Rogan. My name is Claudia Paterno. I'm the chair of the Alliance Arts and Communities Commission. So thank you for having me this evening. We have a lot of really exciting things going on. First little order of business is we had a retreat back in January, and as a commission, we decided we wanted to change our mission statement, which is just one sentence, but I know that I needed to read it to you guys and have it approved. We just felt like the old mission statement didn't necessarily resonate with us. The current and old mission statement is the mission of LAHC is to beautify the streets of downtown Lyons, promote local artists, and educate the viewing public on artistic inspirations and procedures. So we didn't really think that was exactly what we did. So we just wanted to kind of like consolidate that to the mission of the LAHC is to nurture and celebrate the arts and culture in Lyons. So I think I need you guys' approval to make that our new mission.
Well, I think we would need to change the ordinance.
I was gonna double check that when
Yeah.
we're talking, if it's included or if in the scope, then yes, if it's just more of a motivating thing.
Kind of like our little commercial, right? You know, it's not part of the municipal code. That's the same. It's kind of just our mission that we.
I'm looking at the attorney up here to ask.
Yeah, we're looking to see if it's in the code.
I'm looking right now.
Me too.
Okay. I mean, I think I personally think it's a wonderful change. I just want to make sure that we do it the right way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't just beautify the streets of Lyons, we go into the parks, we go.
Yeah. So maybe while they're looking. you
Okay,
can-
I'll keep going.
It does not have a mission statement. It
Okay.
is, they only have the responsibilities listed, and there are 9 of them, but there's no mission statement in the code.
Okay, yeah, so,
Sorry. So I guess if there's a change in the mission statement which is consistent with those 9 responsibilities, that would be okay. But if there's anything outside of those 9 responsibilities, then it would require amendment to the municipal code.
thank you. How do we feel about the new mission statement?
I love it.
I love it too, and you've been waiting a long time to bring it to us, so.
I'll tell you this, I mean, it's just one sentence, but
Well,
it feels like it's a better representation.
You know what Twain said, I wrote you a long letter because I didn't have time to write you a short one.
Thank you. Okay, that sounds good. Please go ahead. Love it. All right, so news. So Kristen Bruckner and I just returned from the Colorado Creative Industries conference in Pueblo at the beginning of this month. And we usually send someone from the LHC and someone from the town often to attend this. And it was actually an amazing conference. It started with the news that the House bill had passed for $500,000 to be put back into the creative industries in Colorado, which was great because we found out that we were low in our funding as a state per capita to the arts. So that was super excited. Jared Polis spoke, and it was really great just to meet a lot of people, a lot of creatives in the industry. And our big takeaway was just how important the arts are for economic growth. And you know, kind of got Kristen and I thinking more so as we build things, whether it's, you know, the path in Eastern Corridor or what have you, like how can we at the beginning and onset of the stages to really weave in art into what we're building. So that was really fantastic. We met some really great people, and thank you to the town and LHC for sending us. So that was really eye-opening experience. That happens every year. Next year it'll happen in Grand Junction. And then we're just so close to becoming a Lyons Creative District. We already have our 501c3 funding, so we're just really close, and having that extra money sunk into the creative industry in Colorado will help us get that final designation, which we've been working on for a little while. So that's super exciting. The Laverne Johnson sculpture is coming about. So she is cast in bronze and standing at 5 feet 2 inches. I believe she's here in town. I think she's arrived. So that's super exciting. We are just $4,000 to $6,000 away from finishing our funding on that entire project. So Christine Knapp was the sculptor that's paid for. And we actually meet on Wednesday again with Blue Mountain Stone. They're donating all the stone to go around the sculpture. So it's gonna be beautiful. You know, it's right here at Fifth and Railroad, and it'll be a little bit of a plaza when it's finished. She'll be up on a 3-foot circular sandstone rock and look a little taller. And then we'll have an ADA accessible sandstone that will wrap around the sculpture, and then as well as a sidewalk that'll come out here to the railroad. So that with the new landscaping, the trees, and we hope to bring in a bench or two, and then an interpretive sign regarding Laverne, history of some of the early pioneering families, and then another interpretive sign that will highlight the depot. So that's coming together. We're really thrilled about that. And then we're gonna have an unveiling for the sculpture on Wednesday, July 24th, which is actually a day after her birthday. So that'll happen between 4:30 and 6 before the Sandstone concert. And it'll have kind of a good old vibes feel about it. We hope to have the square dancers there. Jerry Johnson has a caller that will be there. We'll have some dancers and hopefully root beer floats. And it'll just have this kind of the era of good old days kind of feel to it. So, and we hope to just, you know, close the gap on this last bit of funding for that project. So super excited about that.
Did you say it was $460 that was missing?
4,000 to 6,000.
Oh, 4
I
to
wish it was
$6,000.
$460.
Okay.
4 to 6.
Not
Yeah,
6,000.
$4,000 to $6,000.
Yeah.
And that's actually really gonna cover the last piece, which is the labor of Blue Mountain Stone. So that is great, and a really awesome way to honor our Laverne Johnson. The Hearts of Lions sculpture program is in full swing. We have sculptures coming in. We just have a new one at Miami that Miami sponsored, which was really great. It's a dancer. It's right in front of our building. We'll also have a new bronze sculpture that'll be placed in front of South Creek Limited Fly Rod Store on Main Street. And then we have one that'll go on the landing pad at Oscar Blues. So within the next couple of weeks, we'll have 3 new sculptures. The 2 metal chairs that were in front of the library, they were originally on Main Street before the fire happened. They are coming back, which is wild. So they're going to be on the corner, and we're working on that. The fence there to kind of bring in some benches and some trellises to kind of decorate that space, as we know that art and things that are intriguing will make more people want to stop and linger and spend money in Lions. So those 2 sculptures are coming back, and then we're working on beautifying that corner where that burn happened. So, and then the quarterly art show is popping up. So that's taking place on July 17th. So it's featuring Kaylee, Sue Pinello, and Amanda Anderson. It's called Living Dolls. So they'll have their artwork there. The opening show will be on the 17th at 4:30, again, before the Sandstone concert. And then here at Town Hall, the theme here is called Wild Things. So any artwork that fits that theme or doesn't, we'll put it out here. Wild Things, you make my heart sing, right? So that's a Q3 art show. I can't believe we're already in Q3 of the year already next month. The new trail markers coming around. So the History of Colorado grant, Kristen Bruck and I have been working on. We're finalizing the details on the interpretive sign. We have the language approved by the Southern Ute Indian tribe. And then we have photos that we're adding from the Carnegie Library and a few other things. So we just need to get that all approved, and then backer signs will be producing that to match all the other interpretive signs we have in town. And that's paid for by grant. So that's exciting. So hopefully we'll be able to do an unveiling either late fall, like maybe October, November, or in the spring. So depending on how quick we turn on that sign. So that's happening in Moss Rock Hotel spot. We have the cedar fence is in works, so the check is in the mail, and we'll be wrapping. That's always the same, right? That entire spot will be wrapped with a cedar fence instead of the current chain link fence. They're also thinking about adding some type of painting to that fence, but I know it's something we'll need to get approved by you guys before we do. But the cedar fence will be a nice change from the chain link fence that's currently there.
That's great.
Yeah, that's positive. And then last, we have the Lions Literary Fest at the library. And so you're speaking, correct?
Am I?
Yes, yeah, am I? 3 p.m.
I gotta get going.
Yeah, we look forward to hearing you and that day. And then Trustee Daddy and I are having the table set up, and we're going to be offering a 4 o'clock tour of the sculptures in town. So that's on the agenda. And that's kind of it from the LHC. I mean, you know, the mural's still coming about. Android Jones has been busy, but that's still on the radar, and we have to have a little fundraising for that, as always. But good things are happening. Yeah, and actually, and coming up here, I'm actually have 3 spots on the LHC. So if anyone knows any artists, yeah, we have.
Well, I believe we have a backlog of applications.
We do, we have a couple.
Oh, great, get them in the system. I knew there's 2 in, and I think that there was maybe 2 more that came in this past week or 2.
We'll have staff look at that, but
And we can connect.
yeah, people always want to join.
I know it's a great commission, we're doing good things. So that's it.
Well, thank you.
And maybe I made it under 4 minutes, yeah.
Oh, no, that's great. You guys, I just want to, so I was the liaison, last term to LAHC. And it's true, it is the most fun commission. I'm just saying, we're just gonna say that.
Art is fun, right?
Well, and, you all are so dedicated and do such great work for the arts and Lions, and it's just, I'm so grateful. I know the whole board is so grateful, the town is grateful. So it's really world class, and we thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Chair Paterno before we let her go home?
Angela, anything else? Thank you.
No, I just want to duplicate what you said. It's a really great commission. I've been lucky to be appointed to that commission since April, and it's super fun, very dynamic, so much happening No, it's keeping arts alive in Lions. I mean, you're literally fulfilling that mission.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For coming tonight. Yeah.
You're welcome to stay.
You're more than.
Well, about a little dinner. Yeah, it was good. I have more cookies.
I hope more cookies. Okay, the next item under boards and commissions is, it is my great pleasure to appoint Grace Simonson to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yay.
And we got another applicant.
And we got another application just today.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, so we'll,
Fantastic.
we'll do that appointment next time. Yeah.
And the student is very good about it.
And yes, and we
got
have,
applications
we just got an application for Student Advisory Commission. So next time we'll do those, but yeah, that's great. We love it when people get involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to general business, we swapped 1 and 2, so let's talk about discussion. Direction to staff regarding the PCDC work plan. We had a workshop on this earlier. Thoughts?
Oh.
I know, it seems like a million
I know,
years
I'm
ago.
Oh, I did have some thoughts, actually.
Good.
I wrote them down, which is helpful. So, there were, a few things mentioned that I was, and this is something that came up at the last board of trustees as well, and town planner, Bowen brought that up again tonight. I was really excited before to hear about these double lots, these 7,000 square foot lots that could be subdivided with the potential to. So I would really love to like pick that up again and not like forget about those lots, because I remember the previous, your predecessor had already identified some lots that could be subdivided, and I feel like that could be an easy way to add some houses to our plan. So I'd like to not lose that piece. And also that, you know, we've talked about the noise ordinance piece, and I'm not sure. I guess that does that come under PCDC?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't think so either.
Okay. But yeah, I think updating the comp plan once a year. I don't know if we have funding for design consultant, if we need to revisit that, but no, I really appreciate all that they're doing. I would love for the PCDC to identify some properties for the Prop 123.
Yeah. Thank you. Who else?
I was greatly appreciative of the presentation and both from Planner Bowen and from their chair. I'm always thinking about have we done things in the past that could in fact be brought forward instead of looking again at new things, which Trustee Browning had brought up. And so I would be interested exposing, getting a little more info on the things that have been considered previously, that are being considered again. We clearly need an update on it. And yeah, it's been 18 months. I was thinking it was actually less than that. So but that did register with me as something. I don't like to see inefficiencies and reinvention of the wheel, if in fact we have already adequate plans that exist. So I would like a little bit more information about that. I'm not sure from whom I would get that. Maybe possibly just to hear a little bit more of what Trustee Browning was talking about related to, not tonight necessarily.
Trustee Browning, would you like to go next?
Yes, I'll try not to repeat what I said before, but just an example of what Trustee Williams was talking about. Back when we had a part-time contract planner in 2015-16, he did an initial draft of design guidelines. Those got shelved for a couple of years. They got brought back before the PCDC and the board, and an outside consultant was hired. I believe the amount was $10,000, if memory serves correctly. I think I remember that because I think I voted against it. But that input got done. then finally, with a lot of work by current Commissioner Drystat, those design guidelines got finalized. So when I hear, and nothing has ever been done under those guidelines. They've never been used, just like there were design guidelines for the Eastern Corridor for many years, and nothing ever happened with them. And so when I hear a third payment of an outside consultant to do design guidelines, I start saying, why are we doing this? And in Lyons, there are so few applications of that nature, development proposals, that they can literally be handled individually, in my opinion. And other things that I hear, such as anytime I hear inclusionary zoning for Lyons, there hasn't been a multifamily proposal for multifamily residential development in Lyons in over 20 years since River Cliff was done. And there's no land to do one in Lyons right now. And I don't hear any of those things coming for the Eastern Corridor. When I hear land banking, there is no land to bank in Lyons. We are built out except for about 8 to 10 lots that are already zoned, platted and everything. So I would really urge the PCDC and the town staff planners to keep in mind when you hear these things coming from other towns and you see them at planner conferences, do they work in Lyons when we're built out? I can't, to me, it's important, and I think this will come up again at budget time. Staff time spent on projects like that is real money. The number one expense in budget is personnel and staff and associated insurance and benefits and that sort of thing. So when you're spending staff times on things that just don't make any sense in Lyons, it's not an efficient use of taxpayer money. So keep in mind that we are pretty much built out, and that annexations and big developments don't really happen here because we do have things like physical constraints in the 5-acre rule. So keep these focuses on these areas Lyon centric, and first and foremost, understand what the situation is in Lyons compared to other cities. It's nice that these other cities can do things. They've got more money, they've got more space, they've got more developer interest. But I think an initial question that should be asked when each of these things comes up is, does this make sense in Lyons? That's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Trustee Browning. Trustee Lowell?
No, I don't have many comments to this. I just will sort of echo Trustee Browning's comments that I think the PCDC has to realize the uniqueness of Lyons and the fact that we are constrained physically, geologically, geographically. There's just really no place to go outside of annexation, and we've seen how tough the annexation proposals are. So I'd like to see the PCDC work on a better understanding of the limitations of this town and what workarounds there might be.
Trustee Darcy?
Oh, do I get to speak again?
About the PCDC?
Yeah.
She already did.
Yeah,
Oh,
but that's okay.
sorry.
I can go back to Prop 123, and the workshop I think is a great idea, and properties that need to be identified, and having Chafa and Dola come and speak to us. I don't agree with there is no more room left in Lyons. I think we need to get creative. We need to find it, because we have made a commitment to the Prop 123, and I would like to figure out where can we build the next 10 homes over the next 3 years. That's the commitment from the prior board, and I'd like to see that through. Thank you for the second chair.
Sure. Trustee Hammer?
I just reiterate it'd be interesting to see what kind of incentives there are in commercial zoning for service versus retail, encourage retail. Just to add on to what Trustee Dottie said. Yeah, I think.
Can I stop you? Service versus retail or retailer?
Could you say to encourage retail?
Okay.
Sorry.
I thought you said that backwards.
Yeah, I probably did.
Definitely.
And then also, I think the whole discussion around, adding properties, looking at opportunities to increase density in existing locations. It's not a slam dunk to do that. So I do think a lot of investigative work needs to be done. Also looking at ADUs and short-term rentals, there was an initiative with Megan Cram, that Commissioner Cram, that was looking at ADUs, and I actually started when I was on the PCDC looking into some of the leverage you can pull on ADUs and ways we can encourage ADU development. Two of the big items, one is parking, which we know the state's addressed some of that. The other is owner occupancy. And anyway, so I think looking at some of those, maybe simplifying things and figure out how we can encourage ADUs. I do believe, and I don't know this for a fact, but probably 80+% of ADUs are not certified or whatever the right word is. There's a lot of informal ones, so
Yeah.
is there a way to encourage them to get certified and get on the list because they are safety factors? So anyway, but that gets into the discussion of how do we know what's out there? Maybe if we get this part-time FTE that works on housing, they can go and walk the streets and figure out what the heck's out there and what the deterrents are to why we don't have more official ADUs.
Yeah.
So.
And, you know, if we had an official ADU count, it would help us with the state, you know, the legislation addresses a lot of what you talked about with ADUs, so it's sort of out of our hands. Anyway.
Yeah,
at the moment.
but we have some additional restrictions, I think, that haven't been covered by state legislation.
Well,
So
it'd be interesting
looking
to
at.
have that conversation. Absolutely.
We did run, years ago, when we adopted ADUs, we ran an amnesty period for anyone to
Yeah.
report their ADU, so we could get it on the books
Okay.
and get it appropriately at least addressed, if nothing else, for medical response.
Yeah.
You know, still people.
Yeah, we
don't-
can't forward.
That's a safety issue. I think that's a great example of what, you know, a housing coordinator might be able to
Spend time on that.
do.
Yeah.
So I'll just, I want to add to that. I think, you know, our, like we talked about earlier, this board's priorities will emerge after we have our workshop, but in the meantime, I want to address the options for Prop 123. I do think that I would love to see from the PCDC what the PCDC recommends. I want to remind us that it's up to this board. I was approached, I don't know, a year and a half ago by someone from the county saying, hey, you guys are gonna do inclusionary zoning, right? And I said, I don't see how inclusionary zoning can work in lines, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong about that. But, you know, I think we do need to consider what is practical, like what will actually move the needle and what can we enact? And so, so I would love to see those recommendations, knowing that we'll make the ultimate decision. And I think having those Prop 123 workshops, you know, whether it's a single like master workshop with everybody, you know, Chapa and DOLA and whoever. I think by now, those organizations have finally figured out how this is all gonna work. And other municipalities have been test cases that we can learn from. So I think the timing for that's good. So hopefully that gives you what you need. Yeah, okay, great. Let us then move on to discussion direction to staff regarding fire code modifications. Good night, Andrew.
Thank you.
Safe travel.
Yeah, safe travel.
Watch out for the.
Yeah, be careful.
And the moose
Watch out for the bear.
and the bear.
There's a
Everything.
bear, yeah. Okay, who wants to kick us off regarding the fire code modification? Trustee Hammer, please.
Yeah, I said this earlier, but after watching the video from the last Board of Trustees, I fully get why we need to include sprinklers in new construction, including the ADU that's going in over in the confluence. The thing, and it was brought up in that meeting, and again tonight, I question, you know, I still struggle with the economics of it, and that gets passed on to the renter of that unit. So, you know, the question I would pose is, can we look at doing some kind of financial incentives similar to what we did for 317 Evans? And you would say 317 Evans was affordable housing. Well, technically it wasn't.
No, it's not capital A affordable.
Right.
housing, that's
And
correct.
so, and I can't remember the gentleman's name that's building it, but
Hal.
he wanted to,
He was-
you know, sound like similar type thing that Lee Williams had done, almost just to rent it out, to, you know, keep it as economically as possible. So anyway, it seems like if we can forego some fees or, you know, just lessen the burden of paying, I think it was $12K cost to put the street on, is worth considering.
And I wonder whether, there are state or federal dollars available if the owner of an ADU were willing to cap rent at, you know, I don't know what the number would be or what the AMI would be, you know, and other people have smarter opinions about that. But if the owner of a new ADU were willing to cap rent, you know, then is there a pot of money that could go to reimburse them in some way? It's that whole carrot thing, right?
I agree. I think, and this, I had discussions with the owner of 317 that he and I had several times. He never wanted to accept those and have his hands tied. And out of the goodness of his heart, he was doing those things,
Yes.
but nothing's written down. And,
Yeah.
and I kind of get the same sense here now. So if we can at least trust somebody has good intentions, are we willing to provide some kind of incentive? And it's not gonna pay for the whole thing, but we show, hey, we're trying to encourage development like that.
Maybe is the direction to staff then maybe, and I'm just gonna try paraphrasing what you're saying. That you want to keep the sprinkler code and have staff look for ways to help cover the cost.
Yes.
So, you know, whatever sort of incentive programs might be available. All right. Was that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I also watched that video from May 1st, 2023. Thank you for including it. I mean, it seems so clear to me at the time that everyone deserves the same level of protection. And it occurs to me that ADUs might be more affordable than other rental units and that maybe renters are more at risk. And everybody should, you know, I said in that meeting, you know, you can't put a price on life. And here we are talking about 12,000. I mean, I remember at the time, the discussion was an extra $2 or $2.50 per square foot in building a new dwelling. So that didn't seem to be a lot when you broke it down into like a 3,000 square foot home, let's say. But here we're talking about, I don't even know what an ADU is, like 600 square feet, 800 square feet.
6 to 8.
Right? So in, you know, we had that example of $12,000. And so I mean, I guess because we hadn't had an applicant with a concrete example yet, in theory, it seemed very clear cut and now I'm like, geez, are we catching ourselves up if we can't incentivize people to build ADUs because it's cost prohibitive? And then we're not able to provide affordable or attainable housing or any housing, let's say, because people are too concerned with the cost of putting in a sprinkler system. But at the same time, we need to protect that person's life if they do decide. So it was so clear to me last year in theory, and now I'm just really caught between that. I feel like it's almost like a vicious cycle, and it's like the egg before the chicken before the egg. It's like, shoot, how do we find the best compromise where we can still incentivize people, but also protect the occupant? And I just wish it didn't cost $12,000 to install a sprinkler system. And I would love to know more about these other systems. What was it, Halon that you guys were talking about?
That's what they use in restaurants.
Yeah, he wants
Is
such.
that cheaper? I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
Probably not.
looking online, you know, if it's truly an ADU that's 600 to 800 square foot, it should not cost that. It shouldn't.
It shouldn't cost $12,000.
They said 6,000 to 8,000.
Do we know what size the gentleman who came in and gave us the example?
Yeah, he's been on he just dropped off at the
I think it
break.
was $10,000 to $11,000 he said and added to the cost.
Yeah.
Which he said was the equivalent of $90 a month.
Right.
So I mean, maybe building a large ADU.
It is large, it is a very large ADU.
No, I think safety trumps everything. And I don't see us forgiving sprinkling in ADUs. I think it's very, very important. We have, you know, there may very well be grant programs out there for that, or we can come up with some sort of incentive.
Or work with
So, I mean,
fire.
we're talking,
Work with fire.
They
Yeah,
have their own taxi.
Yeah. Their taxing.
so I would not approve of getting rid of the requirement. I think it's very important.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
You know, I think part of the difficulty we have is that nobody who's gonna build anything wants to go this direction because it's expensive. And it's not something we've had in the past, but lives are at stake. And you know, I don't think any of us want to be the person who made the decision not to have them and then watch as someone lose their life because they didn't have the additional 30 seconds they needed to get out of the place. So no, I don't think we can. I think anything we can do that incentivizes it, that's great. You know, we're really that concerned about affordable housing all over the country, and then how about an infrastructure bill that addresses things like that? But that comes at the federal and state level, not a whole lot we can do except cut back on fees, and fees are a significant part of our income as well. As a town, we do not have any sources of income, so I'm not sure what all we can do, but I would not be in favor of not requiring.
Thank you. Trustee Browning?
I was a member of a prior board that when, I forget, it was the 2017 International Building Code or whatever, when it was proposed, the board, I believe unanimously, struck the sprinkler requirements for single-family houses. And the prevailing theory at that time that everybody bought was we had something like, I don't know, 780 houses in Lyons. There are 15 to 20 still to be built. What difference does it make if 780 families are living in houses without sprinklers if you put sprinklers in the last 15? I would apply the same theory to ADUs. I don't know how many ADUs there are, both officially approved and unofficially approved in Lyons. I would guess 50 to 75. None of them have sprinklers. I think so. Adding the last, I don't know how many ADUs remain to be built in Lyons. I don't think there's that many more spaces for them. But under the same theory, I don't think that requiring sprinklers and adding to the cost and therefore adding to the rents and the cost of living in Lyons for the last few ADUs to be built in Lyons makes an appreciable difference. So I would be in favor of waiving the sprinkler requirements for ADUs. And frankly, if it came before this board, although I don't think it will, I'd vote the same way on single family houses. So I'm not applying any different standards to ADU houses than I am to my own house or to other new houses in Lyons. I don't think it makes enough of a difference to impose that additional cost.
Thank you, Trustee Browning. So a couple thoughts here. Considering the ADU bill that just passed, we have certainly are not going to see the last few ADUs. Now, every single family home in the town is permitted by right to build an ADU. So I have a feeling we're going to see more and not fewer. I don't think that'll be immediate. I think it'll take some time to ramp up. But I think we're gonna see more ADUs. And I take your point about, Trustee Browning, about what does it matter if, you know, this number of ADUs are sprinklered, if that number of ADUs are not. And here's why I think it matters. To the people who are living in this ADU that are sprinklered, if there is a fire and they do get that extra time to get out, then that saves their life. So looking at it from kind of a micro perspective instead of or in addition to a macro perspective, I definitely see the benefit of having them sprinklered. It's regrettable that it adds to the cost. I would love to know what the insurance cost savings is over time. And also really interested in seeing how we can further incentivize and what sort of funding pots there are to do that, so it doesn't have to come out of a town budget or a waived fee. So, so I think the direction is that we do not want to pursue removing sprinkling on the code.
May I have just one comment?
Sure.
That was interesting tonight with Deputy Chief Pischke. You know, if you think about the majority of ADUs are probably gonna be built over garages. And you have all the gas. I mean, if I was sleeping in an ADU above a garage, I would be concerned about gas, chemicals, cars running. It puts them at a higher risk, I think, than a standard detached house. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's then move on. We've got 2 general business items left. Solar generation and battery storage project. Director Kaplan, another late night.
Another late night.
I don't know, I haven't had too many at the boards. I'm like, well, this time I got really stuck to be in. But I do think they're both important. Hopefully we have enough left to try to put, you know, some time and thought into both of these. So starting with the solar and storage, I think for most of you, you've known it's a project that's gone on for a number of years. I tried to put a lot of the process details in there over these years, and so not to repeat any of that. I think some of the highlights now are this 3rd time going back out for this after studies and other items. We did get 4 responses back, emailed from 4 companies who said that they couldn't make it work based on what the proposals we were working for. Their financial teams or their legal teams said it just didn't seem to be feasible, or, you know, for various reasons, they were not going to propose based on what we were looking to see. I then also wanted to point out a little bit on the financial side that the UEB even went to the point of, let's try to get the full $1 million grant and figure to come up with the 388,000 the town would do to be giving them almost 1.4 million upfront, and still then see what they can come up with. Right, originally we talked about 720 in the grant and 280 from the town, but the grant was up to $1 million, so the UEB wanted to do that. Even with that, we did receive 2 proposals back for projects that we could do to move forward with the solar and storage. The 2 of those have been initially reviewed from a financial perspective by Chairman Kerr, who had a lot of the spreadsheets and was able to put the numbers in there. And so the initial analysis shows that there's not an economic benefit to either bid. I think we do want to keep in mind that this is a project that is more of, I mean, I guess everyone wouldn't call it a want, but we don't have a broken pipe that we need to fix. We don't have a broken road that needs to be repaired. It was us trying to go out for a project. We do see potentially a long-term need. There are definitely other perspectives besides the financial side, say the sustainable futures, concerns about where, you know, we're going with our energy in a large perspective. I know a couple of you signed the electrification pledge that was mentioned. So wanting to try to do that, but looking at it purely financially, we would still be spending more money than we would using the mean green rate. So that's another change. Back in April, the 1st of April, we now started going on 100% of means green energy. And so there's maybe some concern about, well, what does that really mean? But we did have some analysis done by a study, and they thought that looked to be pretty good what mean was doing. We have current analysis of the renewable energy credits, which are what are used to say this is valid green energy. For me, at the last mean meeting, hearing that, we're looking at 20 megawatts of wind, 2 or 3 solar projects. There was one gas project that is still out there being looked at because of talk by some side that say we still need something to transition through. So there are those who say we can't go all green right away, we can keep trying. But in looking at, and at that meeting, then I was gonna mention that Lions, I was asked if Lions would be willing to sit on the power supply committee of Mean. So that's one of the committees they have that makes decisions, and it's specifically about what type of energy sources Mean will go out for in the future. What should they be looking for? So if somebody left, there are committees that are there and they don't come up that often, but we were asked, Mr. Kerr and I, Chairman, if Lions was interested. So to me, that was showing a little bit of where we can have input on our energy, because how would all of Mean get its power supply? So with those analysis and with going on the 100% green rate, again, we don't see a financial benefit. It would still end up costing us at least $75,000 over the 20-year period to do this project. So if there are other reasons to move forward, if it's, enough of a need from a sustainability perspective that we should have our own solar in town, then it may be worth going forward with more analysis of these two proposals and coming back. We will still need to see about some of the financing on that, of the money that we would put up, where that's coming from. But again, in looking at this and looking at if we don't spend that 280,000 on this and it just was to sit in the bank, it could make 5%. Again, we can have projects we would spend it on, but this is a project where we're spending more because we desire to go out and try to do this project that we feel will be beneficial because we should have solar power, but from a purely financial perspective, it doesn't. So it was really looking to say if there's not this financial incentive and we're on the green rate, does the board still desire us to review these further, or are we saying we've really worked this, we've tried to the full extent, and really at this point, this particular project does not appear to be feasible or something we want to pursue?
Thank you. So who was on the board when we did this? You were on the board?
Yeah.
And Trustee Browning also was on the board when this was approved. So that would have been like 2021. 2020.
That's when the feasibility study.
Yes. Yeah. So this has been, staff has put a lot of time into this. Boards have put a lot of time into this. And circumstances have changed over the course of time. So I think the question is now, remind us what the payback period is. Is it?
That was over 20 years.
That was a 20-year payback period for.
And we would still be $75,000.
And it would still cost us $75,000.
It's probably closer to a 25.
And again, that's also looking, the UEB looked at it with lost interest in that consideration.
Sure, yeah, because it's an opportunity cost, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna kick us off by stating my opinion about this, because this is something that I was pretty passionate about that term on the board. And so when you take into consideration a couple of things, the $280,000 of town spend, $75,000 over the 25 years. The fact that we're getting green energy from Mean now, and knowing that there are going to be more grants in the future for projects like this. And thinking about, I'm also thinking about looking ahead to, we talk about Eastern Corridor a lot, what our needs might be. You know, maybe taking a more holistic look at that. So I'm inclined, even though I was such a passionate proponent of this in 2020. I'm inclined to say, you know what, I think we tried really hard to make it work. Could not make it pencil out. And we're getting the green energy need met. The need that I think we're not getting met is local resiliency when it comes to energy infrastructure. So for one of the reasons I was so passionate about this was, hey, you know, power goes out. Could we have enough in a battery to at least power the high school for 3 days as an emergency shelter?
Or the sewage treatment plant.
Or the sewage treatment, or what have you, So, I don't know, I'm curious, trustee Lowell and trustee Browning, since you were a part of that decision too, what your thoughts are as well. I'm curious about everybody's.
I was like you, I was really enthusiastic about it. I figured anytime you can put up solar and decrease the carbon footprint doesn't work. But you're right, the time has passed. What I'd like to know is, so Aaron, you're talking about your position as utility director. What's the UEB's take on this?
That was at least the chairman, Kerr, because we just received the bids last week.
Okay.
And he did the financial analysis of it. And so he had mentioned how it does not pan out economically.
But they haven't had a meeting to make
But we
it.
haven't reviewed it to bring one of the proposals to the UEB. Correct.
Okay. But I agree with you. I think the time has passed on this. We're looking at another 125K. I mean, the total is 389,000 would be the match if it all works out. The money can be used better, I think. And we're getting green energy now. But like you say, we don't have the resiliency. I always thought the focus of this was the resiliency.
The battery storage.
The battery storage.
Yeah.
And remember, it started out, it didn't have battery storage initially. It was just
So, I would love to know what other resiliency options there may be that are grant funded, and then we'll go to you, trustee Browning. I want to make sure trustee Lowell's finished first.
I'm done.
Okay, trustee Browning?
Yeah, I agree with the mayor and with trustee Lowell. There's nothing wrong with walking away for a grant if it doesn't make economic sense for the town. And this project would require, as it's now configured, a $380,000 match, which is a big change from what was initially looked at. And the rates that it would say, the rates it would be costing us more than we're paying for the mean green rate. So it would not produce savings in rates to Lions customers, which was a big thing to me. And I met with Chairman Kerr and Director Kaplan just before I left on my trip, and that was Chairman Kerr's main focus was, could the resulting rate benefits, could these projects come in lower than the mean green rate? And if the answer was no, his opinion was that we should not go forward. And one thing I've learned in 10 years or so of dealing with Lownstown government is if Jim Kerr has done detailed spreadsheets on something, it's hard to argue with him. He's very good. He's very good about that. And let me point out, as Trustee Lowell said, there are certainly things we can use $380,000 from the electric fund for, such as undergrounding more lines, more electric as part of fire mitigation efforts. One thing, and I would like us to look at it. I've already talked about this with Chairman Kerr and Director Kaplan and the EVC, at bringing three-phase power to the main business blocks of downtown Lyons. So I think there are other good uses for this.
Right, thank you, trustee Browning.
I hear trustee Young's voice echoing in my ears on this. Once we got the main power, and saying there is no reason then to move forward with this, and it was a rather convincing. Of course, he was going back from India, UAB, and their feelings about it. But yeah, reading through it all again today, it's like, yeah, no, there are better things we can use that funding for.
Yeah, funding and staff.
I'm concerned about resiliency too, but at the moment, it's hard to know. And initially, I think I also thought with mean, it's like, is this just all smoke and mirrors to say it's green? But I became convinced, no, okay, it really is green. So,
Trustee Dashie?
Well, I certainly appreciate the perspective of three former trustees here who actually studied this in depth and discussed it at length. And you are truly the experts on this subject matter, so I defer to you, and I agree that this is a lot of money and we can definitely spend it elsewhere.
Trustee Hunter?
Priorities.
Coming from an uninformed perspective, but I always have an opinion. No, I agree with all the discussion, but it is concerning that 4 firms declined to bid on it. You gotta scratch your head on that one.
Yeah.
I just think it sounds timing's not right. But we know solar prices are continuing to drop, per meg or per watt. And then, and battery technologies can improve. So
Yeah.
let's revisit this in 3 years, whatever time.
Yeah.
I
Next
think-
year. Yeah. Okay, so that you have your direction.
Sure.
Okay. Our last item of general business is, location of EV chargers and battery storage units.
So this one's a little more upbeat, positive, I think, just to get a starter, so.
Thanks.
Excited about it. And, I did want to share my screen, but I suppose not yet, because I think looking at some of the areas, so. As a quick recap, again, we had a company come in that offered to put in level 3 higher end charging station. They were interested in where that might go, and it looked to be, let's take a step back. They even then had a local company who was willing to do the installation and site work for them. And so that company is iPower, and so a lot of its location, and Diane and iPower did do a lot of initial looking at where those locations could go, and they did bring that to the UEB for how we could put a charging station in. And at the time, I think it's been it's been about a year, but I know by last fall, we were talking about Sandstone Park. We submitted an initial memorandum of understanding with this company, Jewel, that yes, we thought this should work. We have a current one in Sandstone Park, so that was part of it. Looking at removal of that old charging station because that's town owned. And we had heard from our insurance Sursa that it was better for the town not to own that. So I actually proposed moving it from the eastern end of Sandstone Park into the center to replace the existing charging station. We already had 2 parking spaces for the existing charging station. It appeared to fit as a good location. Again, we've been moving forward. We signed an initial access agreement for them for the construction portion. And then we were here at the final site. Basically, I think the final agreement so they could move forward. The other company is, we were just on a meeting, is ready to move forward. And then getting some final pictures and the site plan. So when I received the site plan, I was ready to put that in for a resolution for all of you to move forward with this. But seeing what the charging station looked like, I brought it to staff to also discuss where this would go. Again, I'll share my screen to show you what that looks like.
You don't have a picture of current to go with it.
No, I don't.
The current is one small charging unit.
Yeah.
Dark in color, very small.
That looks like.
Yeah.
But if you saw, oh, I got it.
I'm actually I talked to the mayor about pulling this item when I saw the photos and the placement in the middle, in the middle of Sandstone Park for a 20 by 10 concrete
But if you,
pad and unit. So I'll take the
That more
ownership.
people
of that.
can use to charge. I mean, yeah.
And it's not being close to downtown.
No, it's, yeah, no, you did, you
I think it
absolutely
needs
did
to
the
be in a
right thing.
commercial zone where fueling stations are.
Yeah,
So like,
that's it.
we did have one, I did see
That's the
another
battery.
one that was presented
That's-
today.
Oh, that's just one piece.
That was like there, and so in discussions, and
It's as big as a.
looking at the locations, right, the initial one was to be in the eastern edge of the park
And it looks a lot different than that little cover sheet.
of the original.
Yeah,
So in the meetings today, we had the eastern edge of the park pointed out, and that's one, if you look at it over by all the trees, was back down, that's still the central one,
It's a big.
right? So if you can try to picture moving it from the center back over to what would be further over, way to the east. You can see this is the edge of the parking here, and you could even get further over to the east with that. So a couple of things and discussions on what options are going forward. One is, there was the discussion of painting it like we're doing our painted ones. Well, they will actually, Jewel has wraps that they can put around them. And so they can put, just like this, the wrap, right, the picture on Town Hall is a wrap. So you could get Android Jones or anybody who wanted to put a wrap around one. But we talked about it and just came up with the contractor. They would be willing to let us do, if we wanted to go to the LAHC with a design, potentially if it helps, put on a wrap to put around it, if that helps for the placement there. Again, this has gone to the state for the location of where they could place it. So the state had approved it based on this location. Moving somewhere too far away is probably gonna require to go back to the drawing board and get reapproved if the state would approve it. I did mention we had looked at the parking lot area because that's just kitty corner. The parking lot though is still under agreement for the hotel
Yeah.
to use going forward.
Yeah.
So that didn't fit as well.
Can I ask a question, Aaron? So considering the size of that, is that not a change of use in park?
To me it is. And,
So,
and I
if
don't
it's a
think that's
change of use
reflective of
in
it.
park,
That's
then
10
that
by
goes
20.
to voters.
No,
That's
there's an acreage. You
What-
can
yeah.
do anything under a half an acre,
under a half an acre?
yeah.
Okay.
I find it. They said the slab is 10 by 20. I think, stop right there. I think that's.
That's bigger than 10.
That's the whole area. It was, but they actually said today they didn't need the slab. I don't know how much
Yeah,
that.
I didn't need a slab, we
They
could
did.
put, just pile on in the ground.
I didn't know if you wanted to have, Diane, when we were talking, I mentioned it was at the meeting. It would be helpful to ask her about some of the project with the submission that Jewel did. Again, as the contractor, Jewel had hired to put it in, knowing site location, where you need to be for transformers. And whether we go, again, I don't know that it can move forward, moving away too far away, but we can try.
So how big is the battery?
10 by 20.
The battery is 10 by 20.
Is that?
That's its footprint.
That's the area it needs. That's the area it needs.
So what is it, like as tall as that podium, perhaps?
Excuse me?
As tall as that
How
podium?
tall is it?
Oh, it's taller than that. It's the size of a garage.
Charge up, no, I don't know that I'd say a garage.
It's like a garage.
You know what I would like to see? It's, we can get an idea from the illustrations that you have here, but we're only getting an idea. Like if you hadn't just said it's as tall as a garage, we wouldn't have known that.
No, I don't know tall as a garage, but about the size of a stall of a garage. Yeah.
But, so I think what would be, so two questions. First question is, when do we need to make a decision by about this? And second question is, can we see an actual illustration of what this would look like in sandstone? Like, could,
Place it in.
It's about the size of this area.
yeah,
Big.
Each panel is 2 feet by 3 feet, so you can
So,
figure
and
10
how
by
many
20.
feet tall is it?
How tall is it? 8, 6?
It didn't have the height.
It's probably in the
6 feet.
8 to 9 feet.
8 to 9 feet.
Yeah.
Right, it doesn't have it, the height on here.
4 stations.
We just knew it was 90.
And
This is
for
each station.
4 stalls.
It's gonna be a big.
Do they,
This was the one.
There, stop right there too. Just stop at this station. He keeps moving.
I know, can we, Aaron, can we just keep it?
Yeah, we wanna see that too compared to what is there, because there'd be 4 of those.
are there any other Jewel applications that we could see? For the surrounding
Not
vicinity?
in Colorado. May I,
Sure.
provide
Sure.
some?
Not sure he did it.
So,
So,
Mayor.
yes.
ahead, yeah.
So Diane Dandino, 197 Second Avenue. Hello, so we've been, talking with the UEB on this project for about a year now. And, the state of Colorado has federal funds, that's the National Electric Vehicle Initiative, NEVI funds, that, the state had applications for. And what the state of Colorado is doing is, they're looking for sites around the state that need chargers because they're on corridors. And the town of Lyons is on one of those corridors. And so, we were looking for a spot in Lyons for 2 reasons. One is that there's grant money and, Jewel has the kind of charger we need, because any other charger would have demand charges and just be too expensive. So this charger is gonna be, help it be cost effective to the town. It won't cost the town any money. Town is gonna just get paid for all its energy. And it's gonna provide a service to travelers, but also a service to people who, like myself, who drive an EV, who need a fast charge on occasion. When I forget to plug in my car, like, oh shoot. So we don't have a fast charger in town. So this is a amenity for the people in town who have electric cars and for people to stop and charge their car. And what they're looking for is locations that people can have a picnic. There's a bathroom. They could walk to a restaurant it's about a 20-minute stop. So it's really actually an excellent location for EV chargers, because we don't want to take spaces that are going to take away from businesses, people parking right in front of them. So they want a block of 4 spots. And, looking at a lot of places that, Jim Kerr and other people and Aaron, we've kind of looked around, so what could be possible? And this came up as the location. I think probably this, I mean, for me, the size of that box is a little bigger than I was thinking, because I've installed a battery that was just a little bit smaller. We can have the chargers in those 4 locations, and I was suggesting as far east as possible, so it's in front of the post offices that are in front of people's houses, and so it's a good location to charge. And then the box could go right next to it, or it's possible we could put it farther in the corner, put it a little bit farther away in the park. And then we could get a nice piece of artwork that could be wrapped on it, so it doesn't look as, as much of an eyesore. So it's hoping that we could find a place we could also put it in a parking spot, potentially. So there are some things we can do if we can keep those chargers in that location. I think, I'd be happy to facilitate any other kinds of mock-ups, location decisions, but I think that in terms of the work we have done, this was like the ideal situation. And then we're gonna take out the existing level 2 charger. The library has a level 2 charger that I think can be utilized more. So you're gonna gain 2.5, actually, two spaces there, probably a handicap space if you want, I think, because of so those 2 spaces are going back, so we're gonna be taking just 2 more at that end. So the question is like, where's a good location for the box? And any other concerns you have?
I want to see, a layout of where it could go that it's the least intrusive. And it does feel to me like if you could get it like in the corner of that, and do a wraparound on it, I'm good with that, but I gotta see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some kind of a drawing or something that could from above and yeah, whatever, that gives me a better sense of that, because this is huge. And so I just, we already lost a little bit of the park, to the new highway, so, so we're losing a little bit more park, and this, if it's a lot more park, then, all of a sudden I'm not as excited as I was, so.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's, and I think, and I see you, Attorney Jim, and I'll just make one comment and then call you. What I hear a lot from people and what I feel like is, especially in the summertime, when Johnson Park and Bone Park are so busy, and Sandstone Park kind of feels like the locals park. And that makes it even harder to lose a chunk of it right in the middle, especially, with the summer concerts and all that. So, Attorney Jim.
Sorry, I was on. I want to go back to the zoning questions. I do think it's a relevant one. If you look at the, the permitted and conditional uses for the POS zone, which I assume this is, I mean, there's nothing in there that this would fall under. You'd require a text amendment, or there's also the provision at the beginning of the zoning code which talks about if the board of trustees determines that a particular use is similar to another types of use that is permitted, then they can on motion basically allow that. But there's no way to do this without some sort of board action, whether a text memo or going through that process.
We could put it in a parking lot spot then, right?
So that's what I had more interested in.
Yeah, so I was wondering,
I think the west end, not the east end.
In a parking spot.
I just think that side's already does not look as good. And then you can go to the library, or it's much more visible to go down and get coffee.
Yeah, I would like to see mock-ups of the different ideas that you all have.
I'd actually rather see it on High. I think High is the perfect
Well,
location.
and so it sounds like you all have some ideas about where.
Well, it's just UEB is bringing it to you. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
No, and I'm glad UEB is bringing it to us.
They were. I pulled it.
Oh,
They were just gonna.
I'm glad we're talking about it. I'm glad it didn't just go forward. Attorney Dittman's remark is a good one. And so what I propose is that, staff come back to us with mock-ups of proposed places where it could go. I'm not personally willing to just say, let's, scuttle this project. I think it's a great project.
No, we need chargers.
And we need it,
We need
and it's a great service for people who live in town and for visitors and for our business. So, yeah, let's find a way to make it work. But I don't think we're prepared tonight to decide exactly what that is.
Can the fueling be
Isn't this a
parallel parking, or does it have to be this way? I mean, could it be on Fourth Avenue where it is very transportation oriented and you look at downtown and have a park? Like Fourth next to the library, or on the east side even?
Yeah, I could talk to them and see if they've configured those, but there is a little bit of, we have to do some, ADA accessibility for one of the sites, and there's some things that they require, that the NEVI requires.
If any of you have ideas on High, it can't be in CDOT right of way. They do not allow these in any CDOT right of way.
And it can't be in the post office parking lot.
that was such a great spot.
They have a lease of that on that parking
And
lot.
they're not willing to.
We can't renegotiate that lease. There's like that whole west end that I feel like sits empty. Seriously, like the ones along Walt Self Center, I see 4 parking spaces right there, and I see room for a battery storage unit right there.
I can ask again.
Who makes that decision? Is it
We
Deb?
have a lease with them and they have full contract.
But
with them.
who is they for that? Like, who is the person who?
Oh, they have a whole team with the US Post Service that
Okay.
does that sort of thing.
I mean, this is a situation, I think, where I don't know, it might be worth reaching out to Congressman Negus's office and see if there's any sort of precedent for cooperation between USPS and municipalities to provide stuff like this.
But is that the best look? I mean, I
I
hear
don't
you
know.
guys saying you think a park is an ideal location. I don't.
Close enough in that area.
I would rather have it anywhere close to downtown where it forces people to stop, even if you're from town, go spend 20 minutes in a store.
Well, that's what people are gonna do. I mean, they're not gonna sit in the post office parking lot.
I don't suppose the loading dock is an option, is it?
It is a potential option.
There's a cement pad right there.
It is
It's
historic,
historic.
so it would have to be reviewed. It's not on any, no, Mr. Browning, it is not on any register, but it is over 50 years old. So it is now considered, you have to do,
And what is,
consider it, doesn't mean it can't be removed.
and what about that other cement pad that Claudia painted for the
Oh, that's not adjacent to a parking space.
no, it doesn't have to be right where the parking's at.
We can move that, we can put the box
You want that as your driveway?
a little ways.
Kids are gonna climb on this thing in concerts if we don't have a fence around it.
20. I just see that space.
Well, here's, I think we should allow
about
staff the opportunity to come back to us with some mock-ups and some ideas. We good with that? Trustee Browning, you good with that?
Does the contract have a
My
time?
main thought was the same as Attorney Dittman said, it's not allowed in parks. We'd have to put it in the park, you have to amend the code.
Well, but to put it in a parking spot, you don't have to amend the code.
I'd say a parking spot. I said a park. You can't, it doesn't go in park.
Right, yeah. Okay,
You have a charger in the park right now.
The charger, but not the
all
back.
right.
Right.
So let's pull ourselves out of the weeds on that.
Right, I'm surprised we did.
We decided to move the brownfield plan. So let's move on to trustee reports, future agenda items, considering the time. If we could keep them brief, that would be great. Trustee Browning, would you like to go first and then we can go have breakfast? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the agenda item on the addendum to the housing future plans is on our next meeting, correct? And as a reminder, I also have a pending agenda item on amending the 5-acre rule. It needs to be set for a future agenda.
Yes, we have not forgotten about that. So,
Thanks, Julian.
I'll circle with the staff and see where we are with the addendum to the housing futures plan, see when we can get that on. I would like to get that on sooner rather than later.
We all would.
We all
with
would.
it. Yeah, the agendas are just so, they're all long.
Yeah. I know, we have a busy summer, so thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay.
Yeah, I have one thing, and this concerns the staff. I don't know who I would give the direction to the town clerk or the town administrator. But in my research this past week, I went to look at the meeting notes. And some of them were woefully inadequate. They're not there.
Meeting notes for what?
The meeting notes for any of our boards and commissions.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh,
The minutes for boards
The
and
UEG, number one, they got all of them. PCDC, 3 years, they have one meeting notes posted. Minutes, right. And I initially started out with the Parks and Rec Commission because I was looking for some information there. They have like 5 over the last 2 years for about 20 total meetings. So I don't know whether that's just a reminder to the boards and commissions or whether they are, I talked to Elena Hughes about Parks and Rec Commission. She says, well, I sent them in. So I don't know. When I was sending them in for the EAB Lions, what's the address?
It's called records at Town of Lions.
They always put them right up there, like.
We just held board and commission training and we had 13 people out of 70 attend.
Yeah.
And we told them all, this is a requirement in the code that within 10 days, your minutes are posted. And we gave them the address again. So I think that's kind of accountability for both trustee liaisons and staff liaisons. The mayor and I are trying to meet with the chairs, to get back on track. But we can certainly have the deputy clerk go through minutes and post those that are missing that we have. But it's
Anything I've always sent has always been posted
I know.
right away. So my suspicion is they're just not being sent.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, I have a few things in no particular order. I'm gonna try and keep it to 4 minutes. The
Okay,
first,
timing.
I know, right? First, I'd like to know what happened to the reports we were asked to submit in writing, because I sent it by email last week and I didn't see any reports from anybody, so.
I think
I'm wondering how they got
I
distributed.
think yours, I think I got yours and I don't know.
Sustainable Futures Committee.
Were they included in your admin report?
No, I will attach those to the last minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure everybody is able to see those. Second thing, I'd really appreciate talking about rescheduling the goals and priorities from June 14th. Third thing, I would like to see how, or start the discussion anyways, about how we as a board can make a clear designation on the door of the boardroom about the new law that Governor Polis passed on Friday. It will take effect on July 1st. It's SB 24-131, a bill prohibiting a person from knowingly carrying a firearm both openly and concealed in a building of a local government's governing body. I would feel really comfortable. First, this law reassures me as an elected trustee sitting here, feeling pretty vulnerable when anybody can walk in that door. I would love to have some kind of sticker on the door as of July 1st that shows that no weapons are allowed inside this room. And I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but I wanted to bring that up now so that we can be prepared for when that law takes effect on July 1st.
Brandon, do you have a comment on that?
The bill was just signed like today, I think. I did see an email.
2 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got the email from CML this morning that it had been passed. So I'm looking, I mean, it's sure to be challenged, I'm sure, but I mean, I don't see a reason why we couldn't put up a sign in the meantime.
And I wanted to, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and the library and Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, we're all working towards this Lions Lit Fest that's happening this Saturday. Trustee Williams will be speaking at 3 p.m. That's very exciting. The Chamber is actually looking at a year-round event that will take place starting September 1st. So this is kind of like a practice run on Saturday because there's so much happening at the library already. As Chair Paterno mentioned, there's going to be a walking tour of public art sculptures from 4 to 5, which is right after your talk, actually. So not to distract. So you have a lot of businesses and organizations kind of jumping on this day to offer different activities. For example, Lions Health and Wet Wellness that just opened at the Lions Physical Therapy will have an open house from 10 a.m. to 2. There'll be music at A Lodge and brunch. I think the brunch truck, the food truck will be there from 1 to 2. There'll be music at the church from 4:30 to 5:30, just outside the church. There'll be a poetry corner in front of Red Canyon Art. There'll be book readings at Western Stars. There'll be games out in Moxie's parking lot. And of course, the Redstone Museum will be open. So there's a lot of, this is the schedule of events that's happening at the library. But there's actually a lot of activities happening at the same time. So I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that this Saturday between the hours of 10 and 4. And finally, I just want to say, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate having a really strong community hub with our local dance studio here in town. I Am a Movement Studio held a wonderful recital on Saturday. I swear half the town shows up to those 2 different shows. I mean, I feel like every child in this town is involved somehow and danced. Your granddaughter, my daughter. I mean, it was a pretty amazing show. And I just think we're so lucky to have a local business so dedicated to bringing our community together in this way. So that's all.
Thank you very much. I agree. Trustee Hammer.
This will be quick. I attended my first Sustainable Futures Committee meeting back in May. I sent the write-up in, so I'll spare you the details, but they've broken up into 5 different committees to look at different topics, and each committee is going to come up with recommendations, and they would like to get on the hopefully July agenda. Back in May, it sounded reasonable, to just present these recommendations and get the support and commitment of the board then. So as soon as we can get on, whether it's July or maybe August now, but.
No, we can. Thank you. So as to the goals and priorities meeting, we have been trying to schedule this. We postponed it. We're going to be postponing it again. It looks like July 18th, which we thought would work for everybody, is not gonna work. June, sorry. I keep doing that. I would like to think about making it an extended workshop before a regular Board of Trustees meeting. Because clearly in the summertime, scheduling it as a special meeting is not gonna work. So if we think we can do it in an hour, I'm willing to do that on the 17th, even though I know 17th is gonna be a late night. The alternative is doing it on July 1st. So, we'll think about it, just think about that. So we had board and commissions training. I think we need a refresher in board liaison training. What are our roles as liaisons? What are the boundaries? What are the guardrails? So I would like to do that in the future. I did not go to the PCDC meeting, obviously, because it was all about the Riverbend PUD. I am happy to report there is no Dr. Cog meeting this month. There is, however, a Metro Mayor's meeting in Denver on Wednesday morning, so I'll be going to that. I got my application in for CML for running for their executive board. So getting that going, staff is gonna help me make the required video for that. So the first Sandstone concert, I actually just found out I'm gonna be away on business, and so I need someone to cover for me at the board table. And that is June 12th. So I know Trustee Browning, I think you'll still be in Slovenia. I didn't see you sign up for any concerts, Trustee Lowell, so feel free to sign up for them. Oh my gosh, okay, well, I'm sure somebody will.
I'm out of town.
I'm out of town too.
What time is it?
Six.
I can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Two more things. Pride events. So, Pride is the 15th at Sandstone. The flag was painted today, absent yellow, I believe, which we're still waiting for. The yellow turned really dark purple over the past year. It was very strange. But the kids did an amazing job. The kids and the grown volunteers did an amazing job. Staff did an amazing job helping us. I went to the garden party yesterday for the newly renamed Out Boulder County, which is now Rocky Mountain Equality. So they announced that on their 30th anniversary. And then finally, believe it or not, there is another election coming on June 25th. That's in primary. So your ballots will be in the mail. You can drop them off at Town Hall by June 25th. Okay. That's all I have. We have a summary of action items.
So are we gonna try to go for the 17th?
What does the board think? Do we want to try to go for the 17th?
For the priorities,
Yes.
For the priorities?
at your normal workshop time, or have us,
Extended workshop, I think she said.
I would like to,
what were you thinking, and then we can have a meal.
I was thinking about doing an extended workshop, having a meal brought in,
So what do you mean by extended though?
like start earlier,
Like at 5?
start at 5. 4:30 or 5.
I don't think.
Okay, and if that's not, you know what, and we don't have to decide that
I
tonight.
just was thinking about what we had as the workshop.
We had,
Legislative.
And we switched.
no, we switched that out. But what I was, we had a short workshop and I was thinking we could add to
You
before
wanted
it.
a review of the annexation process.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there's going to be a submittal that night.
Right, so I think we could still do that in a half, because we were saying we could do that in a half
In a
hour.
half hour, so we
So-
could actually start at 5:30 still, if you want to, if you're willing to have, or 5.
Let's start at 5 and have dinner brought in.
Okay,
Can we do that?
yeah. And let me know if you have dietary constraints. I don't know all the new board yet. But if we start at 5 and have priorities, and then what other workshop we need for
The annexation
Okay.
process. Yeah, I know, it's gonna be a super long night, but we can do it.
Just
We
pace
need to
yourself.
get it done. Plenty of caffeinated drinks. Okay, can we get a summary of action items, please?
Yeah,
I know.
I've got, number 1, joint PCDC BOT Proposition 123 boot camp. send Proposition 123 overview sheet to the Board of Trustees. That's from the workshop. And item 2 is PCDC is to select their top 4 Proposition 1, 2, 3 choices and bring those back to the Board of Trustees. The board is to revisit the noise ordinance and on a future agenda. Item 4, staff is to follow up on Jake breaks, signage and tickets issued. Item 5 is potential signage for multimodal sidewalk on Broadway. Item 6 was ordinance 1161 was tabled to a date certain of July 1st, 2024. Item 7 is there to submit the evacuation plan for the Riverbend PUD on second reading. Item 8, finance directors to analyze if sales tax revenues benefits the town from weddings. Item 9 is staff to discuss with applicant on consideration of music on Friday and Saturdays and form plan to address complaints for the public hearing at the next meeting. Item 10 is discussion direction to staff regarding the CDPHE Brownfield area-wide plan was moved to a date certain of July 1st, 2024. Item 11 is direction to staff was to keep sprinkler code intact and have staff investigate potential incentives. Item 12, the board direction is to not move forward with the solar generation and battery storage project. Item 13, staff is to come with mock-ups of potential sites for the EV charging station. Item 14, staff is to work with boards and commissions to make sure minutes are submitted and posted to the website. And item 15, the goals and priorities workshop will be an extended workshop on 6/17 with a meal starting at 5 p.m.
I've got a couple more. I've got a couple more. Prepare the no weapons allowed sign, since that's gonna be going in at some point. And then, did you bring back a mock-up of?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I had one more, Dolores, and that was, review LAHC applications for upcoming openings.
Thank you. Attorney Devon?
Need to send in the amended ordinances I'm doing right now, so.
Okay.
And then, try to get, there's a couple more, the 2 items from trustee Browning. Addendum to the housing study and 5-acre rule, get those on a schedule as soon as we can, as well as potential of SFC being on July. One of the July meetings for SFC update.
Okay, great.
Update on July agenda.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? Okay, vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for joining us, trustee Browning. Enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Well, as soon as my suitcase gets here.
Good luck with that.
Good night.
Good night.